Mesdames et messieurs, merci de rejoindre vos places.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The first edition of the Parliamentary Forum on Economic Cooperation between Morocco and CEMAC is about to start.
In
the name of God, the All-Merciful, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends from Morocco, from our partner countries, I'm delighted to welcome you in this opening session at the heart of Laayoune, this city that represents openness, generosity and African belonging. We gather here under the high patronage of His Majesty Mohammed VI, may God assist him, as part of the Parliamentary Forum on Economic Cooperation between Morocco and the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa, CEMAC. This meeting is not only an opportunity to share our visions and ideas, it's also a platform to build specific and concrete partnerships and in order to lay the foundation for South-South cooperation. Before giving the floor to our speakers, we invite you to watch a short video which illustrates the goals of this forum as well as its main topics.
Majesté le roi Mohamed VI, la ville de Laayoune, joyau du Sahara marocain et porte du royaume vers l'Afrique, accueille ce vendredi 20 juin le Forum parlementaire de coopération économique Maroc-CEMAC. Organisé conjointement par la Chambre des conseillers du Royaume du Maroc et le Parlement de la CEMAC, en partenariat avec la Confédération générale des entreprises du Maroc, ce forum constitue une plateforme stratégique de dialogue et d'échange, consacrée à l'approfondissement des liens économiques et commerciaux entre le Maroc et les pays d'Afrique centrale. Dans un contexte africain marqué par la mise en œuvre de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, ZLECAf, Ce forum se donne pour mission de soutenir les projets communs, de renforcer l'intégration régionale et d'ouvrir des voies nouvelles à la coopération intercontinentale. En parfaite harmonie avec la vision de Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu le glorifie et l'assiste.
إن توجه المغرب نحو إفريقيا لم يكن قرارا عفوي ولم تفرض حسابات ظرفية عابرة، بل هو وفاء لهذا التاريخ المشترك وإيمان صادق بوحدة المصير، كما أنه ثمرة تفكير عميق وواقعي تحكمه رؤية الاستراتيجية اندماجية بعيدة المدى وفق مقاربة تدريجية تقوم على التوافق، وترتكز سياسة القارية على معرفة دقيقة بالواقع الإفريقي أكدتها أكثر من 50 زيارة قمنا بها لأزيد من 29 دولة.
Ce forum ambitionne de bâtir un partenariat solidaire, équilibré et tourné vers l'avenir entre le Maroc et les États membres de la CEMAC. 3 grands axes structurent cette édition. Le rôle du secteur privé dans le développement des investissements et des échanges commerciaux, socle fondamental pour concrétiser une intégration économique ambitieuse et durable entre le Royaume du Maroc et la CEMAC. L'impact des effets du changement climatique sur la sécurité alimentaire et la nutrition, un appel à la responsabilité partagée pour garantir la souveraineté alimentaire et anticiper les défis environnementaux. Et enfin, les énergies renouvelables comme levier de développement durable, mettant en lumière l'expertise du Maroc en matière de transition énergétique et les perspectives de coopération verte à l'échelle du continent. Bienvenue à la première édition du Forum parlementaire sur la coopération économique Maroc-CEMAC de Laayoune.
And now we declare the opening sessions open by giving the floor to Mr. Mohammed Ould Rashid, President of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco.
In
the name of God, the all-compassionate, all-merciful, ladies and gentlemen, dear partners and participants to this forum, presidents and members of the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa, CEMAC, presidents and members of the General Confederation of Moroccan Enterprises, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, Mr. President of the Economic and Social Council, Mr. the Governor of the Laayoune Sakhia Al-Hamra region, ladies and gentlemen, governors and presidents of regions, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the diplomatic bodies, ladies and gentlemen, representative of trade and commerce chambers, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of businesses, of the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I have the pleasure to welcome you to the Parliamentary Forum on Economic Cooperation between Morocco and the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa under the high patronage of His Majesty, the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him and glorify him, which is held in this region, which is very dear to our heart. It's a national symbol and reflects the profound economic belonging in our kingdom. This forum reflects our collective will and our commitment to continuing the implementation of advanced partnership between Morocco and member countries at the CEMAC, in accordance with the informed vision of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him and glorify him, who wants that South-South cooperation be a lever of development, and which embodies our ongoing commitment based on a solidary approach with our brotherly countries in Africa. This forum is also a reflection of our growing understanding of the need to strengthen parliamentary action, which sits at the crossroads of regional cooperation and economic integration. We want this meeting to be an ongoing and a regular fixture which welcomes politicians, economic actors, civil society players, but also representatives of the private sector in the CEMAC region and Morocco. The goal is to highlight the opportunities of economic development and integration through interaction with the aim of fostering idea sharing and relevant recommendations. Over the past 6 months, and 6 months ago when I received my friend Evariste and Gamana, we remembered the African saying, if you want to go fast, go it alone, but if you want to go far, go together. Over the past 6 months, we have met, and especially in the Chamber of Councillors, and we built the foundation for parliamentary cooperation. And today we are fulfilling our commitments. And this moment is now a reflection of this spirit. This spirit reflects our will to build together on a path of prosperity for our peoples, and that strengthens parliamentary cooperation and economic integration. Since the Casablanca summit, which was opened by the late Hassan II, former king of Morocco, our kingdom has striven to support our partner countries in CEMAC for economic empowerment, but also to make progress in a bold way for a more prosperous future. And thanks to the action of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him and glorify him, we now have a diverse vision, an integrated vision, which comprises a stronger parliamentary action and a stronger regional integration, while strengthening development in several structural sectors. Morocco is part of the first countries that have contributed to the 2030 agenda of the African Union, but also for the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Morocco has also formed visions for strategic projects in Africa that had to do with several of African countries based on a royal initiative. And here I'm thinking of the Atlantic Initiative, which fosters access to the Atlantic Ocean to our partner countries in the Sahel region. And this is to open new economic integration perspectives. And this goes hand in hand with a pioneer project which helps harness the riches of the African continent. And I'm thinking of the pioneering project of gas pipe between between Nigeria and Morocco, but also cooperation as part of our efforts to fight climate change. Let us also remind the development projects following the royal visit in several countries, which led to the signing of several conventions with countries in the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, this diverse approach is the result of Moroccan conviction, which has been confirmed by His Majesty the King, may God assist him, during the Summit for African Integration in 2006, in which he said that trust should be placed in Africa and that we should bet on cooperation and complementarity. And through this vision, the Parliamentary Forum on Economic Cooperation reflects our shared capacity, the shared capacity of Morocco and the countries of CEMAC on current issues, but also the need to cooperate in order to meet shared challenges. For example, disparities on our continent, which comprises more than 50% of arable lands, and our countries face significant challenges in terms of food security. Our greenhouse gas contribution is only 4%, but we are the most exposed to the consequences of climate change. According to global estimates, more than 3% of GDP should be devoted to reverse this trend. And we all need to implement tools and equitable mechanisms in order to meet this shared strategic challenge. Security and stability is a strategic priority. It depends on our ability to deliver sustainable sources of energy. It's a key pillar of any development, and we can't imagine any stable development without efficient and effective energy transition and without energy sovereignty. And despite the riches of the African continent in terms of renewables, 100 million of Africans are deprived of any electricity, and or small amounts of investment are devoted to that sector. This is a significant gap, and this should warn us on the threats facing our countries and the challenges that we will have to meet through new investment tools. And we should harness new technologies and develop new storage tools. As you are aware, Morocco, in accordance with the informed guidelines of His Majesty the King, may God assist him, energy transition as a national and continental priority. 25% of our energy is covered by renewables, with the goal of reaching 50% by 2030, and this will be achieved through the implementation of leading projects such as the Noor complex and wind farms in Tarfaya and elsewhere. The Green Transition project is part of the most competitive initiatives over the world, and our cooperation with CEMAC countries is an opportunity to develop a strategic partnership in that area, which will strengthen our energy capacities and which will allow us to reach our energy goals. And let's remind ourselves that our region has significant resources in terms of solar and wind energy. Despite the progress made, the private sector is to play a significant part in strengthening trade and developing investment as well as technology transfer. It will also help in laying the foundation of economic cooperation. This is why we regard this forum as an opportunity to strengthen partnerships between the public and private sectors and to broaden the cooperation avenues between us. The CEGEM is a key partner of this forum. We also have representatives from the business sector all across the CEMAC region, and this reflects the will and the commitment of those participants to taking part in shared initiatives and projects. To conclude, this forum is not only an opportunity to jointly reflect on those issues, it's also an opportunity to launch a new momentum, a new shared process for a new relationship between Morocco and CEMAC. And I wish you a warm welcome in the Laayoune region, and I wish you every success in this forum. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا سيد رئيس مجلس المستشارين المحترم على هذه الكلمة.
Thank you very much, dear Prince of the councillors, for your initial presentation. The legislative institution in Morocco does comply with its duties. And we are now in relation with the CEMAC, and we'll give the floor to the President of the CEMAC. Excellency, Mr. Bled Rashid, President of the Chamber of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco. Excellency, Mr. Shakib Alf, President of the General Confederation of Enterprises in Morocco, CGEM. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, state secretaries, the President of the Economic and Social Environmental Council of Morocco, ladies and gentlemen, President of the Central African Enterprises authorities, ladies and gentlemen, the members of the Diplomatic Corps, Mr. the Wali of the city of Laayoune, the President of the Regional Council of Laayoune, the President of the Communal Council of Laayoune, dear parliamentary colleagues from CEMAC, but also from Morocco, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. It is with great honor and pleasure that I'm attending this Morocco CEMAC Parliamentary Forum to talk to you and welcome you. Because the institution I'm in charge of is the co-organizer of this event. The holding of this event, gathering all of us in Laayoune, echoes actually three wills: the one of the Chamber of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, the Parliament of CEMAC, but also the General Confederation of the Enterprises of Morocco, CGM. It also echoes our unwaverable will to waive partnerships between our institutions, but also well beyond between the Kingdom of Morocco and Central Africa. It is also one of the concrete achievements of the implementation of outputs following this visit that was held by a delegation of the CEMAC Parliament under my leadership here in the Kingdom of Morocco from the 20th to 25th of January 2025, during which various high-level meetings were held with parliamentarians, with economic and governmental key players. It is also the implementation of these MOUs that were signed by His Excellency Mr. Mohamed Ould Rashid, the President of the Chamber of Council of the Kingdom of Morocco, and myself. And that was in January the 50th, 2025. This MOU aims at providing a economic support between Morocco and the Central African countries, and aims at also strengthening cooperation opportunities between these two regions during this event. And under the leadership of the Moroccan part, an economic parliamentary forum was proposed between Morocco and the CEMAC countries as a facility that would help seek partnership opportunities between the Kingdom of Morocco and the 6 countries of Central Africa. Both parties would and do have a huge potential and meet the criteria for more common development and wealth and lots of experience in various areas. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, we would like this forum to become a dialogue platform of exchange and cooperation between the key political and economic actors of the Kingdom of Morocco and the CEMAC members. The aim again is to highlight all those economic integration developments and opportunities, but also to seek for more trade exchanges between both parties based on mutual visits, economic missions, and bilateral business fora. We're calling also for more initiatives, programs, and projects that can have this common regional dimension so as to come up with multi-dimensional partnerships that are vital and useful for both, such as energy, renewable energies, fisheries, but also infrastructure development. These sectors provide lots of opportunities, also transfer of technologies, and provide also training for all the parties, a framework supporting the businesses in this common and joint projects. The aim is the economic integration that is so much sought for by African countries within the framework of the African Continental Free Trade Area. That's how we can reach this win-win partnership between Central African countries and Morocco that is in line with the enlightened vision of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. May God assist and glorify him. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues from the Parliament, the main topics of our forum echoes first and foremost the importance of this trade partnership between us, and this is part of the economic integration between Morocco and the CEMAC countries, and has to do with the fostering of investment opportunities between both regions. Secondly, it also reflects the importance of having this collective reflection on concrete solutions in order to reduce damages related to the climate change, and in particular in the food security area. And third point, we need also to highlight and leverage the experience of Morocco under the leadership of His Majesty the King in the green and clean energy, and therefore foster more cooperation in this field between our two regions. Dear colleagues, I'm very glad to see this great number of parliamentarians being here attending this forum from Central Africa and from Africa. We have people from Cameroon, Central Africa, Gabon, Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, and Chad, which is of course a positive sign for our future proceedings. Before concluding, I'd like, on behalf of all my delegation, but also on behalf of the officials of the Central African Enterprise Authorities, would like to thank the Kingdom of Morocco, all its authorities, for all that has been done and that has enabled the holding of this forum. And first and foremost, the President and authorities of the city of Laayoune, I'd like really to thank you personally for the hosting of all my delegation in this beautiful desertic area. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear President, for your kind words for this win-win partnership we're all calling for. And I'll give the floor to Mr. Shakib Lalej, who is the president of the CGEM. In the name of God, dear President, dear President of the Chamber of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, dear President of the CECAM, the President of the region Laayoune Sakhia Al-Hamra, the President of the Communal Council of the City of Laayoune, ambassadors, members of the Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure for me to meet with you in the city of Laayoune, which is a token of the openness towards Africa, which is also a reflection of economic integration in the region. I'd like to wish you all a very warm welcome on behalf of and to all the countries of the CECAM, Central African countries, and thank Mr. Mohamed Ould Rashid, who is the President of the Chamber of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, for the excellent organization of this forum in this region of Laayoune Sakhia Al-Hamra. If we are present today, it is because we have this strong will to strengthen economic ties between the Kingdom of Morocco and all the CEMAC countries. And this is being held within the South-South cooperation based on evidence and concrete outcomes. We are at a turning historical point in this African continent within the global context that is changing rapidly. That's how we need to strengthen our economic sovereignty. Unfortunately, today the role of Africa is still very limited when it comes to industrial production. Not more than 2% globally, according to the African Development Bank report. The intra-African trade only amounts to 15% to the global continental trade. So this is very tiny when it comes to comparing ourselves to Asia, 48%, 68% in Europe. So clearly there is a huge gap in this field. And also a few contradictions when you think of all the opportunities that our continent does have and the actual use of this potential. We have not invested sufficiently, and we have not been able to come up with a sustainable economic and industrial development in favor of our population. So, ladies and gentlemen, in compliance with the enlightened vision of His Majesty the King, Kingdom of Morocco, but also the private sector that I'm here and representing, we are fully committed to contributing to a major change in this dynamics. And in order to overcome those challenges, we have defined some strategic priorities. First of all, human capital, which is our main asset. 50% of our population worldwide, is located in the African continent, and most of them are under 25. So our youth is our major asset, but it is also a huge responsibility. So training, capacity building, the protection and the of this assets are key for sustainable changes. Second point, food security. Agriculture is a major sector in Central Africa, but agriculture is facing huge number of challenges. Poor production, export barriers, but also the effect of the climate change. And third element, energy for industrial production. Access to energy at low prices is still a major agribusiness, textile, automotive industry, and electronics. Our main challenge today is to actually implement that vision and make sure we come up with concrete projects based on financial facilities, proper financial facilities for SMEs, but also thanks to strong partnerships between private and public sectors. And the businesses in Africa, they are ready to join in. I'd like here to underline the dialogue between parliamentary institutions and the private sector actor. I think that this parliamentary forum is the example for a constructive interaction, constructive dialogue. I think it echoes our common will to make closer our political vision and economic vision for more development and more real at the same time. The CGEM team and the cooperation with the Parliament is a very good example of a cooperation between private sector and legislative institutions. It is a model that can serve as an example for so many other countries. I'd like also to highlight the very important Atlantic African initiative proposed by His Majesty the King in 2023, which aim is to make sure internally located African countries have access to the coastal line throughout our southern provinces. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are fully convinced that it is high time now for Africa that our common African future is to work together jointly, make sure that there is a full integration and that investment can be mobilized. And in this sense, CGEM is making sure that Moroccan businesses be connected with the businesses from the CEMAC region for more integration between all players based on structural projects for the benefit of our populations and our continent. Thank you very much for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laayoune, for highlighting the role of the private sector in strengthening economic relations in our countries. And now the floor goes to Mr. Abdelkader Amara, President of the Economic, Social and Environmental Council. You have the floor. In the name of God, the all-merciful, all-compassionate, peace be upon his prophet, Mr. the President of the Chamber of Councillors, Mr. the President of the Economic and Monetary Community of African countries, CEMAC, Mr. President of the CGEM, Mr. the Wali of the Laayoune Sakal Hamra region, Mr. the President of the Council of the Communal of the Commune of Laayoune, Mr. the President of the Communal Council of Laayoune Sakal Hamra region, dear participants from Morocco and CEMAC countries, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the private sector and all protocols observed. I have the pleasure to take part in the opening of this parliamentary forum on economic cooperation between Morocco and the Parliament of the Economic and Monetary Community of Central African countries, CEMAC, under the high patronage of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. in this hub of prosperity and development in the southern provinces of Morocco, which are also a starting point for a bold strategy launched by His Majesty the King, may God assist him, based on solidarity, sustainable development, but also on regional and continental integration. At the outset, I'd like to extend my thanks to my brother, Mr. Wildershid, President of the House of Councillors, for inviting me and inviting the Economic and Social Council to this event. I'd also like to congratulate him for this event, which fits into the strengthening of cooperation between parliaments in our brotherly countries in Central Africa. And I have the pleasure to participate in this important forum as President of the Economic, Social and Environmental Council of Morocco, but also as the President of ICESA, which I have the honor and pleasure to lead. It's an African institution based in Rabat, which aims to strengthen sustainable development, but also the implementation of social and economic rights for the benefit of African citizens. Over the past few years, we have witnessed strong momentum. A few days ago, we received with Mr. Evariste Ngamana. We received Mr. Ngamana, and his speech reflected humility and candor, which reflect the will to implement economic integration between Morocco and CEMAC countries. And we went over the possibilities to strengthen close cooperation between our countries, but also the avenues of implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, but also the opportunities of value chain development. The coalition of economic and social councils had already announced the launch of a shared African Action Initiative to meet climate challenges, and this comprised 16 African countries. The conclusions of that meeting gave rise to a new vision that reflects the key needs of African citizens. There is no doubt that the strengthening of cooperation between the UCESA and the CEMAC will breathe new life to that regional integration, but it will also help the implementation of an adaptation policy for more efficient energy policies, but also to meet the new challenges posed by climate change. And here I'm thinking of energy transition, planning, and migration. This cooperation, based on a win-win strategy for a shared future, fits into the objectives of our Economic, Social and Environmental Council. Those objectives are based on the vision of His Majesty the King, and they also reflect values of solidarity, complementarity and shared development between African countries. The topic chosen for this parliamentary forum leads us to share with you a set of ideas. First, when it comes to the strengthening of integration mechanisms regionally and continentally, our Council issued a recommendation to assess the hazards of facing Africa from an economic and financial standpoint. And we recommended the setting up of value chain that would have an impact on the population in textile, in the agribusiness, but also in pharmaceuticals, tourism, higher education, as well as in sustainable development, facilitating the mobility of African students and encouraging the recognition of African degrees all fit into this action. And this will help the southern provinces of Morocco, especially Dakhla wa Dahab and Laayoune Saqi al-Hamra, be regional hubs for economic exchange and integration. And these initiatives are developing and help us play that role of economic integration. And this is being achieved through the promotion of port infrastructure, but also the building of new airports. In terms of economic cooperation, the Economic and Social Council proposes the carrying out of studies in order to bring new improvements in the light of the new needs and expectations of people. It is important to strengthen cooperation in a more efficient way so that our countries can take part in African value chains. When it comes to support mechanisms for the creation of financial mechanisms, the aim is to foster foreign investment and build capacity. The Council recommended the transfer of skills as part of a program and the creation of an investment hub that would act as a lever for development projects. I'd also like to mention projects to support Moroccan businesses in Africa and to help them expand, especially for SMEs. In that regard, and in this context, the achievement of economic integration that we aim for the citizens and peoples of Africa requires a conjunction of efforts, the development of partnerships, but also the coordination of several actors' efforts. To conclude, I'd like to inform you that Equatorial Guinea has just joined the Union of Economic and Social Councils of Africa, CESAC, as well as Cameroon. Equatorial Guinea and Chad will be members of this continental association, and this will help strengthen this new momentum for African action. And this follows the visit of Mr. Evariste Ngamana, President of the Parliament of the CEMAC community. And we agreed that the UCESA obtain an observer status to the CEMAC, and this is a significant step. And here we'd like to thank Mr. President. Long live the friendship and solidarity between our countries. Thank you, Mr. Amara, for these words that reflect the need for establishing links between development and social justice. Now the floor goes to Mr. Yunus Sokori, Minister of Economic Inclusion, Small Business Employment and Skills. You have the floor. In the name of God.
السيد رئيس مجلس المستشارين، السيد رئيس برلمان السيماك، السيد رئيس المجلس الاقتصادي والاجتماعي، السادة الوزراء، السيد الوالي، السيدات والسادة كل باسمه وصفته. Je vais m'adresser à l'audience en français vu que nos invités sont nombreux, qu'ils soient d'horizon politique ou économique, pour faire passer le message directement. Je voudrais tout d'abord féliciter Monsieur le Président pour l'initiative et pour l'organisation de cet événement de taille à Laayoune, avec une symbolique forte. J'aimerais aussi féliciter le partenariat entre deux mondes, le monde politique issu de la légitimité populaire, et là je parle naturellement de la deuxième chambre, et le monde économique, et j'en profite pour rattraper Monsieur le Président de la CEMAC que je n'ai pas salué au démarrage. Nous sommes tellement proches et c'est un grand ami. Et donc pour dire que la particularité de cet événement est qu'il rassemble des personnalités de perspectives et d'horizons différentes, mais autour d'objectifs communs qui sont au cœur de l'ambition, en tout cas du Maroc, pour l'Afrique et avec l'Afrique. Nous avons la chance, en ce début du XXIe siècle, de marquer ensemble, en tant qu'Africains, une autonomie dans la décision, une indépendance dans la perspective. Cette autonomie et cette indépendance ne font pas l'objet de discours creux ou théoriques. Ils se réfèrent à des outils, à une machine économique, à une capacité de production, à des capacités de financement, à des apports techniques et technologiques que nous sommes en train de mettre en place collectivement. Naturellement, nous ne sommes pas isolés du reste du monde, nous collaborons avec le reste du monde, et c'est dans cette ouverture, mais également cette identité africaine, que notre continent trouvera son salut. Monsieur le Président de la CEMAC a évoqué 4 secteurs prioritaires qui ont été identifiés lors de l'étude que vous avez faite. Et je pense que nous avons besoin, dans ce genre de forum, de partir sur des bases solides et sur des choses très concrètes. Mais avant de parler...
To build on strong foundations. But before mentioning jobs, vocational training, which are important topics in our countries, and here I'd like to mention the city of skills and jobs of Laayoune, which is a cornerstone of our training sector. Here I'd like to highlight the need for our region, for our partnership, to achieve a new institutional foundation. Because at the end of the day, our economic, social initiatives will be sustainable only if they are based on a political will, but with a very efficient governance and institutional design. Following the establishment of this government, we reflected upon the coming years, and especially the steps to be taken between the different players of the country, because to achieve economic development, growth, integration, the social dimension is key for 2 reasons. First, ensuring social cohesion and sustaining it, and second, ensuring that no one is left behind in our development efforts. This has led to a social dialogue in which representatives of employers have actively participated, but also other social partners, unions especially. And this is to say that development for us is not a programmatic machine. It's a vision that stems from His Majesty the King's ambition, which has the human at its core, And as officials, as decision makers, we need to implement that vision based on sincere conviction. I think that the representatives of the nation, be they Moroccan or from other countries, have a very heavy responsibility. They need to speak to government and convince them of the need to first and foremost meet the aspirations of the societies we represent, the youth that we are supposed to represent, to serve those who strive for a better future while respecting their priorities, their way of life, and their will to integrate into our economic fabric. And we have made efforts in that regard, but those efforts fit into wider reforms. This is why the partnership between social partners, employers, governments in our countries is key, is critical in order to achieve that societal leapfrog that we need. But this should be based on solid economic foundations. But the ways to achieve this are not simple. Trade, investment, the action of businesses, highly skilled labor, all these are challenges that we need to meet together. When it comes to labor, especially human resources, which is a key to the action we have taken in our ministry, we implemented our strategy, we rolled it out around a set of strong principles. The first one is that we need to provide all youth, all our people, especially those who don't have high-level degrees, with the possibility to work. And the key is vocational training. His Majesty, may God assist him, launched a roadmap in 2018 that we continued to strengthen in Morocco, and which translated into 12 cities of skills and jobs, with an overhaul of vocational training for more than 600,000 people in our country. Human resources is also about higher education, dignity in work, and this is why we have brought minimum wage up in order to bring decent jobs to our citizens. I think that investments, the quality of partnerships with all the countries represented here are illustrations of the importance of vocational training. The number of people with scholarship that study here in Morocco are testament to that. And I will conclude with the issue of jobs, which is linked with trade and investment. We are at an era in which globalization no longer fits within the Washington consensus that was based on free trade, deregulation, and we are at a crossroads in which regional integration is the only way that will allow us to meet our shared challenges, especially in terms of growth. Morocco has come back to the path of growth because, as with all other countries, we went through the COVID-19 crisis and the ensuing inflation. We created almost 300,000 jobs, and the prospects are very encouraging for this year's growth. Growth can be sustainable only if it's based on strategic partnerships between the public and private sectors, but also if it's built around geographic areas where you can target investments in targeted industries. And here I'm delighted to see this the Moroccan private sector very active in its participation, especially in the energy transition. I will not monopolize your attention, I will conclude by reiterating my congratulations to the President of the House of Councillors and his partner, to the political decision makers, but also entrepreneurs. This is the first edition of the forum, but your presence already reflects its success. The roadmap, the initiatives, the networking between all economic actors will help us feed this momentum for the benefit of our population, which need it. Thank you.
شكرا سيد الوزير.
Thank you, dear Minister, for these kind words. You have clearly highlighted the importance of supporting the youth that are instrumental for our development. And now, the floor to Ms. Fallah. Good morning to all of you. As the Minister of Security, I speak French if I may, as most of our attendees are French-speaking guests. Dear President, Parliament of the CEMAC, President of the House of Councillors, President of the CGM, dear Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, State Secretaries, dear President of the Economic, Social and Environmental Council, Mr. Diwali of the city of Laayoune and of the region Saqi al-Hamra, the representatives of the territorial authorities, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. Please allow me first to commend the organizers for the excellent holding of this forum, which fits within the dynamics of the partnership between Morocco and the Central African Monetary and Economic Organization. Morocco is deeply rooted in its African continent, so the partnership with the countries of the continent has always been a priority for our country. The South-South cooperation is at the core of its foreign policy based on solidarity, in particular with our sisterly and brotherly African brothers under the enlightened vision of His Majesty Mohammed VI. May God assist and glorify him. Morocco committed to structural major reforms that have enabled our country to become a credible player providing win-win solutions. Even though the public sector does play a central role in terms of regulation, the private sector is also paramount. It is the leverage for inclusive and sustainable development. It is a key player when it comes to fostering intra-African trade. I'd like also to remind you that the record of our cooperation based on institutions, first with the African Training Center called the CAFRAD, which headquarters is located in Rabat under the authority of our ministry. It is a token of this very long history. Under His Majesty, late Majesty Hassan II, it was already a center for training, research, investigation and innovation in the field of public governance in Africa. So Morocco is today one of the leading African investors in the CEMAC region. This stems from this constant economic dialogue, clear commitment with our partners, partnerships in the fields of banks, telecoms, insurance, renewable energies, agribusiness, but also in the construction sector. This diversification echoes our will to support local dynamics, to create local value, and also to support regional value chains. In the same line, we also think that economic African integration is essential. The complementarity of our economies must be given more value throughout the facilitation of exchanges, regulatory framework, and the development of common infrastructure, sovereign infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, the Moroccan experience in the public administration, digitalization, open governance, digital transformation are a direct contribution to this continental cooperation. Our country has been investing in modern digital infrastructure, in the training of skills, and making access to public administration something easier. These are achievements that can be shared with our brotherly and sisterly African countries. His Majesty the King has just reminded this in his speech in 2022 to the participants of the regions, to Central Bank and other authorities of the African development that are members of the IMF and the World Bank. And I'm quoting, "Digital technology is a structural major change in the way we can perceive the world around us. It enables the emergence of new production schemes, but also of consumption, and this can only increase, foster investment opportunities and also create more jobs." This vision fits within our public policies, but also in all the reforms that are led by the Ministry of the Digital Transformation and Administration Reform, in compliance with the objectives of the private and public sectors. We are adopting new emerging technologies, such as, for example, AI, the blockchain, Internet of Things, cybersecurity. All these are innovation catalysts that can be very instrumental in agriculture, in the health sector, in fintech, and so on and so forth. Morocco is now ready to host in the upcoming months the regional Arab African headquarters called Digital for Sustainable Development, which is to be announced during the General Assembly of the United Nations September 2025. This is supported by the UNDP. This initiative aims at putting Morocco as a key strategic pole for Arab and African cooperation in the field of the digital technologies. This platform will enable African and Arab countries a common framework for more efforts and a better implementation of the digital strategy within the AI sector in particular, and data sciences also. In this field, the role of the Parliament is paramount. The MOU that has been signed past January between the House of Councillors and the Parliament of the CEMAC for the fostering of cooperation between two parties is a key cornerstone for more exchange of expertise and for the building up of a economic, diplomatic and parliamentary cooperation. And I here commend the efforts of the CEMAC when it comes to regional cooperation, but also for commitments for the structural changes it is supporting. So while putting our energies in common, I think that this Morocco and CEMAC partnership can become a model for African cooperation that can be a model, a resilient and a sustainable model. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much, dear Minister, for these words. So digital transformation is at the core of your sustainable development agenda. Now, Mr. Aman Shira, the State Secretary under the supervision of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce and Trade. In the name of God, all compassionate, all merciful, dear President of the House of Councillors, the Director of CEMAC, Minister, Mr. Douali, local authorities, President of the CEMAC, ladies and gentlemen, the parliamentarians, the authority of the commune of Laayoune, the representatives of the public institutions, the private sector, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen from the media, it is a pleasure for me, an honor to attend this event at this beautiful city of Laayoune, which is at the core of our southern provinces that are very dear to our heart. We're here to talk about positive dynamics and talk about economic cooperation between Morocco and the CEMAC countries. We are here gathered within this parliamentarian forum is part of this larger framework under the enlightened leadership of His Majesty the King, and fits in within a large partnership which aim is to foster economic and social ties between our country and the member states of this community. The holding of this forum reflects our common will and interest to further foster the cooperation between our country and African countries for a larger regional integration, more ambitious integration, and for the development and more effective partnerships for more win-win solutions. This South-South cooperation has always been a key part of the enlightened strategy of His Majesty the King, and this can be seen clearly throughout the holding of this event on economic cooperation between Morocco and brotherly and sisterly countries of the community, Cameroon, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Congo, and others. Parliaments are not only legislative institutions, they play a major role in the economic diplomacy, but also in the designing of large-scale policies. So Morocco, throughout its parliament and under the guidelines of His Majesty the King, have become a priority, and Central Africa and West Africa have become a key priority. So the cooperation between our country and the CEMAC countries also leads to exceptional economic partnerships between both regions, with an exchange volume up to 4.8 billion dirhams, and this reflects a genuine integration. But this is not all. We have other projects coming in. When it comes to FDIs, they have also increased in the region in various sectors that have a very huge economic potential, in the financial sector, agribusiness, but also infrastructure. And just as a reminder, we have also signed a series of trade agreements with 6 countries of the CEMAC, but also other agreements in order to foster investments between Morocco and all these countries. Visits have been organized in various CEMAC countries, Now, when it comes to economic integration within the African Continental Free Trade Area, this is also for us an opportunity for us to do more in compliance with the instructions by His Majesty the King when it comes to cooperating with African countries. So Morocco is going to organize the third edition of the Business Forum of this African Free Trade Area, in order to again highlight all potential and existing opportunities. And this is actually going to be the second edition for such an event that will be held in Marrakesh, in December 11th and 12th of December 2025. So throughout this event, Morocco is going to put to the fore all the advantages of such a community, and will highlight the current financial facilities that can be used and instrumental in our continent. The Kingdom of Morocco considers this free trade African continental area the right opportunity to further foster the exchanges between African countries and be a key leverage for more growth, sustainable growth, while strengthening the resilience of our continent and make it more attractive for investors. Now again, when it comes to cooperation between the Kingdom of Morocco and the CEMAC countries, it has to reflect the very high quality of agreements and cooperation between all African countries. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us to this forum, to which I wish you all a very successful proceedings. Thank you very much, Mr. Amarashira, for this rich presentation that focused on economic integration and the importance of trade. Now, Mr. Abdel-Jabbar Rashdi, State Secretary with the Ministry of Solidarity and Social Integration and Family. You have the floor.
Mr. President of the House of Councillors, Mr. President of the Economic and Monetary Community of Central African countries, CEMAC, Mr. President of CGEM, Mr. President of the Economic, Social and Environmental Council, Mr. the President of the Laayoune Sarki al-Hamra region, Mr. the President of the Communal Council of the Laayoune community, ladies and gentlemen, MPs, President of local communities, Presidents of professional chambers, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the media, dear participants. Allow me at the outset to express how honored I feel to take part in this Parliamentary Forum on Economic Cooperation between Morocco and the Parliament of CEMAC. I'd like to commend the efforts made by the hosts of this event for the creation of this platform of shared reflection and exchanges on shared challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2008, Morocco has witnessed an unprecedented crisis. The toxic debt crisis, but that was followed by other crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic and the current climate change crisis. The world is facing uncertainty and no clear economic path. Several factors had adverse impacts on the social situation in several countries. In the face of this situation, His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, has launched the Social State Project. This project is a social revolution which aims to ensure citizens have a decent life. In that regard, the economic and investment policies can only be successful if they go hand in hand with the improvement of the social circumstances of citizens. And they can only achieve success if they can take those citizens out of poverty and if they give them the means of social promotion. The plan launched by His Majesty the King, may God glorify him, is based on the mainstreaming of social protection to ensure all Moroccan citizens are protected, with the generalization of the general medical protection, which protects more than 4 million Moroccan families, is underway. And second, the launch of the program for direct support, which targets poor families, is a financial transfer program with amounts starting at 500 dirhams, given out to people and elderly people in difficult economic circumstances. And third, the support for housing through direct financial aid for those acquiring their first home. And this help amounts to between 70,000 and 100,000 dirhams for each project. And fourth, the support for citizens facing difficult economic situations. So those are women empowerment projects, as well as dedicated programs which target people with disabilities. In that regard, the State Secretary in charge of social inclusion ensures the implementation of a new policy hand in hand with other ministries and civil society actors in order to support children with disabilities, to help their inclusion. And this goes through the implementation of social programs that help them access education on a par with other children. When it comes to employment, the State Secretary, in coordination with the Employment Ministry and other actors, including the CGEM, is striving to support the employability of people with disabilities. And we are currently discussing a partnership with the CGEM so that Moroccan businesses can provide job opportunities to people with disabilities. And this fits within the social responsibility of businesses. When it comes to jobs in the public sector, the government devotes 7% of its positions to people with disabilities. It has also launched a national competition targeting that category of the population. We also aim to expand our healthcare services so that it can include all services for the benefit of people with disabilities, while expanding social protection for this category in coordination with the National Social Protection Fund, CNSS. We also have the Oloja program to help access to public buildings to people with disabilities, and we signed 29 conventions with several cities in order to provide safe access to this category. I firmly believe that our commitment to strengthening economic cooperation should also take into account citizens wherever they are on our continent, so that they can live with dignity and in prosperity. And I'm convinced that the outcomes of this forum will support our joint efforts for the development of our countries and to achieve prosperity for citizens. I wish every success to this forum, and I greet you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister, for these words. And thank you for this speech, which places social inclusion as a significant part of development. And now we will move on to the first session, the first thematic session. There will be 3 thematic sessions on our agenda. The first thematic session will be devoted to the role of the private sector in developing investment, trade and economic integration between the Kingdom of Morocco and the member states of CEMAC. And I give the floor to the moderator of this session, Mr. Mohamed Al-Bashir. Please join me to the platform to chair this session. And I'd like to thank the ministers and presidents for their contribution to this introductory session, for their insightful presentations. Please give them a round of applause.
تفضلوا السي بشيري. بعد هذا المحور الأول هذه الورشة
Before delving into this first session, a new partnership agreement will be signed between the CGEM and the Union of the CEMAC businesses. But first, I'll give the floor to Mr. Bashiri, moderator of this first thematic session. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, it is a pleasure and an honor to moderate this first session, which has a key topic, which is the role of the private sector in developing investment, trade and economic integration on our continent. Morocco, in accordance with the enlightened vision of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, has adopted a strategy based on shared cooperation in Africa. Morocco has strengthened its presence on several levels, maritime, in the air industry, but also in the financial sector. His Majesty the King also announced the Atlantic Initiative, which aims to allow several African countries to access the Atlantic coast of our continent. The private sector in Morocco works within this cooperation thanks to the investment of Moroccan businesses in several African countries, especially in Central and Western Africa. Our businesses invest in key strategic sectors such as banking, insurance, telecommunications, construction, agribusiness, and renewables. Our ambition is to go a step further by creating integrated value chains which are sustainable and innovative, especially in industry, in the aviation industry and the automotive industry, in which Morocco has played a key role. Morocco has put in place a complete ecosystem open to Europe but also to Africa. In the aeronautical sector, with the presence of several businesses, Morocco is part of the global value chain, and this expertise can allow it to bring new solutions and strengthen the industry output in Africa, and that can be part of our cooperation with CEMAC. A study was launched on the opportunities of integration in Africa, but also the trade opportunities by focusing on the textile industry, agribusiness, telecommunications, and the automotive sector. This study highlighted the opportunities to build new ecosystems that can help create jobs, but also added value locally while strengthening the resilience of our countries. And I'm convinced that this session will allow us to launch a shared reflection thanks to the contribution of several players and actors of the economic and industrial sectors. And I invite the participants, I invite the speakers to join me. First, Mr. Wald Shreed, President of the Laayoune Sahel Hamra region. Mr. Khalid Safir, Director General of CDG. Mr. Mohammed Fikrat, Vice President of the CGEM and CEO of the Crédit Agricole Group. Also with us, Ms. Salwa Al-Yamani, economist and expert at the Policy Center for the New South. On the African level, we have representatives of the private sector in the CEMAC region. Mr. Gresenge, President of the National Union of Employers in Central Africa. Mr. Jean-Daniel Ovaga, President of the National Union of Congolese Economic Operators. Mr. Amadou Sidiki, board member of the Workers' Association of Cameroon, GECAM. Also with us, Mr. Bishara Doudoua, President of the National Council of Employers in Chad, CNPT. And last but not least, Ms. Hélène Zouaondo, Vice President of the Gabonese Employers Federation. At the outset, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Hamdi Ould Rashid, President of the Regional Council of Laayoune Sakia Al Hamra. He will take us through the investment opportunities in the region. You have the floor. In the name of God, the All-Merciful, the All-Compassionate, Mr. President of the House of Councillors, Mr. President of the Parliament of CEMAC, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, Mr. President of CGEM, Mr. President of the Economic and Social Council, dear colleagues, dear participants, I'm delighted to be here with you. I wish you a warm welcome to the Laayoune Sakia Al Hamra region, and I take this opportunity to thank the House of Councillors for hosting this event here in Laayoune. The objective is to implement His Majesty's vision. 10 years ago, His Majesty the King, Mohammed VI, may God assist him and glorify him, had a very significant idea launched in his speech for the throne. He proposed the new development model, and 10 years on, we are writing the history of His Majesty's idea on the ground. And today, the Laayoune region has become an important hub in Africa. It's a bridge between Africa and Europe. And here we are within this ambitious project launched in 2015. And now we are witnessing the outcomes of this royal vision, thanks to the efforts made by all participants, all players and experts. Our region benefits from for political and economic stability. We have an infrastructure that draws investors. And before giving the floor to the other speakers, I'd like to highlight the fact that our region, Laayoune Sakia Al Hamra, comprises a great deal of opportunities that can help us achieve our economic goals and achieve His Majesty's vision as part of the new model initiative, the new development model initiative. And we stand ready to work with you, with our African partners, as part of South-South cooperation. May peace be with you, and I thank you. We have 9 speeches to listen to, 5 minutes each. We don't have much time. Sorry, you're invited to stay within that time limit. And I remind you that we have a flight at 7. Now the floor goes to Mr. Khalid Safir, Director General of the Caisse des Dépôts et de Gestion. Mr. Safir, the CEMAC countries have large and ambitious projects. What are the factors that make your institution a model to follow, and how do you facilitate and foster investments?
First of all, I'd like to thank the President of the House of Chancellors for inviting me to participate in this encounter. It's an honor for me, but it is also an honor for the institution I'm representing, and it is also an opportunity for us to display the model of the CDG and how this fund can actually be part of this new economical dynamics in Africa. We all know there are lots of challenges around in the region and in our African continent. There are difficulties, limitations when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to actually creating jobs for the youth in particular, the African youth. There are so many other challenges, but if we want to reach our objectives, and if we want to actually implement our projects, obviously you need financial resources. And these financial resources are paramount in our continent. All experts in the economic field seem to be in agreement when they say that this kind of funds can play an instrumental role. Savings are key. You need to leverage the savings and make sure that they can feed the domestic economics and create jobs. The model of the CDG can be a very good example for other African countries, and it does have a network of antennas. These investment funds are located in West African regions, but also in the Central African region. Lots of countries such as Gabon, Cameroon, they do have networks of such funds, but also in Equatorial Guinea. This CDG, Caisse de dépôt et de gestion in Morocco, started its activities 66 years ago. It has played a complementary role to the one of the central bank. Public authorities very often do rely on its assets to fund its project, but CDG also is a profit organization. We seek yield, we seek profitability, and we have invested domestically in the tourism sector, in the tertiary, in offshoring. But we also have financial vehicles for SMEs. So, at the end of the day, CDG is a key player in the economy of the African continent. We obviously follow the enlightened instructions of His Majesty Mohammed VI, in particular when it comes to updating the performance of the network of CDGs in all African countries. We have very close ties with lots of local institutions. We cooperate with the Côte d'Ivoire, for example, who is not part of the CEMAC region. We are working on the implementation of a program which aim is to fund SMEs. This type of cooperation can be an example to be followed by other African countries. We're trying to create lots of job opportunities for the African youth. Thank you very much, Mr. Safir. I'll now ask my question to Mr. Mohamed Fikret, the Vice President of the CGEM. We know that the CGEM has conducted a study in cooperation with the African Development Bank in order to analyze sectoral transformations and another diagnosis of trade opportunities. What do you think about economic complementarity, in particular when it comes to investment and the value chains fluidity, and what are the nature of the cooperation between CEMAC countries? In the name of God, all compassionate, all merciful, ladies and gentlemen, it is for me an honor and a pleasure to represent the CGEM, Confederation of Moroccan Enterprises, in this event. I'll give you here the opinion, the voice of the Moroccan Confederation that plays an important role in the South-South cooperation in Africa, which is, as was said before, a win-win cooperation. This event is actually a great opportunity to build up new bridges of cooperation between Morocco and the CEMAC country members. This stems from a deep understanding that value chain development at the regional level are key for the cohesion of the private sector and public sector. So in this framework, the CGM, as Mr. Bashiri just said, has indeed conducted a study in cooperation with the African Development Bank. And this study on the African economies have enabled us to properly understand the local dynamics in the textile, automotive, and other sectors. We have looked at all regional value chains that are to be further integrated. This study came up with 6 main final recommendations that could become our working programs. We need to strengthen these value chains throughout our SMEs. That's the first point. Second point, we have to make sure that African industries can have access to the global markets and make sure that local industries that are actually competitive, globally speaking. We have to develop our infrastructure, the logistics, in order to make all trade exchanges much easier, but also to upgrade the competitiveness of our businesses. We have to, of course, provide financial facilities to support SMEs. We can think of different facilities, and Mr. Khalid Safi has already mentioned a few examples of those facilities. And the fifth point is quite important, and the Minister Sakouri has also addressed it. Human capital is a key asset. Training is a very important part of it. We've got to strengthen the capabilities and capacities of our youth, in particular in the future economic sectors. And last but not least, we need to think of the organizational framework in general. We need to provide a more positive business climate for our industry. So these are the main fundamental recommendations that came up from this study for Central African countries. Now, if I had to talk about challenges, for instance, we know that the private sector in Morocco does play an important role within a very long-term partnership that is based on the strengthening of the economy. Now, when it comes to the human capital in Morocco, the large universities, the Mohammed VI University, the Polytechnic Mohammed VI University has just created the center in the city of Laayoune. This university focuses a lot on the partnership with the African continent, in particular in the fields of research and support provided to industries. Morocco, thanks to the initiative of His Majesty Mohammed VI, may God assist and glorify him, has been able to develop lots of new industries, the automotive industry, for example, in the aeronautics sector, in the textile sector, and we all know these industries cannot reach their objective unless there is a proper regional and framework. And the Central African region here plays an important part. This African economic integration can be achieved thanks to an efficient energy transition policy. Morocco is a leading country in this field, and Morocco is constantly seeking for other solutions in order to create industrial zones that are environmentally friendly. Morocco also aims at energy security, and Morocco does have all natural assets that can help him achieve that goal. And the CEMAC countries also, it has human resources, natural resources. I think that with a partnership with our businesses, with the development of the transborder value chains, with better logistical systems, I think we will be able to create a real African structure that would reduce our dependency over external countries and be more favorable to our citizens. Again, I remind you of the initiative of His Majesty the King, the Atlantic Initiative. This initiative meets the demands, the needs of the CEMAC countries, the Central African Republic and Chad, for instance. And this is a clear common development cooperation. So this is no longer an optional economic project. This is a very concrete project where the private sector can play its role in cooperation with the public authorities. Public sector has to be the driving force in this field, and we are ready to put together all our expertise, our investments, our networks, and we can further develop our economic links and leverage on all those assets. We need to work all together, make sure that these value chains are efficient in Africa in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Fikret. And now, Mr. Gilbert Jessanguier, you are the President of the National Union, the Central African Enterprises. My question to you is the following. to your opinion, what are the strategic sectors? What is still to be made if you want to further foster economic partnerships between your country, who is part of the Lekava and Morocco? What is missing? Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. One speaker was planned. I'd like to make that speech, if I may. Excellencies, dear ministers, honorable ministers, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, authorities, partners, dear moderator, who is telling me to make my intervention in less than 5 minutes. So I'll try to summarize the most salient points of my intervention, but I'd like first of all to thank the organizers of this event who honored us with the invitation to attend this meeting in Laayoune and visit this country. So at the outset, I'd like to express our gratitude of my country to His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. May God assist him, who, since its accession to the throne more than 25 years ago, was already willing to transform the relationship between Morocco and Africa on all grounds, diplomatic, economic, and commercial grounds. I think that this Moroccan strategy has made of this country one of the largest African investors at the across Africa, and this is within a win-win partnership. We're also very grateful of the positive impact of the action of the Foundation Mohammed VI for Sustainable Development, in particular in the field of the environmental protection, as Africa, as we all know, suffers directly from the negative impacts of the climate change. We're indeed living in the time of rapid mutations. Just look at technological transformations that are redefining our production models, the ecological transformation that forces us to redefine our energy policies, but think also about geopolitics that is impacting our value chains and our markets. The Central African Republic, my country, which is at the core of the communities of Central African countries, is a landlocked country, and it has a population of around 6 million inhabitants. This landlocked country, by Chad in the north, Sudan northeast, South Sudan the east, Democratic Republic of Congo the south, Congo Republic southwest, and Cameroon at the west. This country is a member of the Central African Community. In general, we all think that it has a huge economic and financial potential. This country, my country, does have a huge economic potential. I will tell you that natural resources that constitute most of the exports of our country, the underground of our continent, is almost something abnormal. It's one of the richest undergrounds of the world. More than 470 varieties of rare minerals such as mercurium, copper, natural gas, oil, uranium, But not only that, we have huge amount of deposits of diamond, uranium, gold, and limitless possibilities of investment. Just think of agriculture also, which is one of the leading sectors that is a key part of our GDP. So our community has lots of arable land amounting to 15 million of hectares, rainfall which provides the best agribusiness conditions, but yet agriculture it's still important job creator. 70% of the active population still works in the agricultural sector. Cotton, coffee, for instance, are main crops, but the diversity, huge number of arable land could host high-level other types of crops. So this is for us an opportunity the opportunity to thank Morocco for the visit that has been made by the phosphate authorities. We do need indeed the expertise of your country to increase the yield of our own farming production. Now, tourism, our fauna, flora, our incredible natural sites such as Manicoconda, Saint-Floris, natural reserves of Shango, the Wallis Falls, the Doti area. They are as amazing as other amazing tourist sites such as those of Kenya and Tanzania, but these sites are still landlocked, and there are safety also concerns that we are trying to sort out in a very foreseeable future. Cattle breeding, even though it is still very limited, it is a very important sector in my view. So when you think of all those assets, natural, exceptional conditions, sites in our country, so this country is a place where investments can provide very high yields. And Morocco is a historical investor, a very potent investor in my country, in particular in the services, in the energy, infrastructure, agriculture and industry in general. These investments are significant, but are on the rise, providing huge mutual growth opportunities. Lots of factors are enabling this cooperation, in particular the cultural proximity, regional cooperation, training, exchange of experiences. Also note that the involvement of Morocco, apart from the economic aspects, has provided also important military staff in the United Nations engagements in my country. So if we want to leverage on those investments and create a more conducive environment on the economic side, I think it is really crucial to design a long-term vision based on the following items. The first thing, make entrepreneurship easier. You have to make sure that administration is made easier, have access to investment, reduce taxes. Enterprises with a lower tax burden can invest in assets and competences, make sure that there's vocational training, and make sure productivity gets better. We have to adapt our educational system and make sure that they meet the needs of the market and think of future sectors. We need to support innovation, promote the creation of new entities, startups, for instance. We need to think of more bold projects. Innovation is one of the key pillars of any economic expansion. It is key and instrumental for any growth and the competitiveness for our businesses, but also for any nation. And this allows also the consumer to have access to better services at affordable prices. Now let's talk about ecological transition. Our country is quite vulnerable when it comes to climate because of its dependency on rainfall and agriculture. It suffers from conflicts and poverty. Droughts, floods also can lead to material damage. Irregular rainfall can also drop farming production. At the end of the day, this makes some products less present and more expensive. But this is an opportunity for us to invest in modern state, and the alliance and the support of Morocco is a source of creativity and attractiveness. Think of attractiveness in this global village, which is our planet. So we need to provide this image of a peaceful country, safe country, economically speaking, but also politically, so that we can attract talents, but also all those businesses who would like to invest in our country. We're calling upon the creation of a Central African Chamber of Commerce in cooperation with Morocco. The same way we would like to strengthen the cooperation with Morocco, and I hope we'll be able to sign a paper where both entrepreneurs on both sides can commit to this. The social ground. It is so important to have a social dialogue. Only by working together in a very closely manner with all partners based on tolerance and mutual respect, we can reach sustainable solutions for more production, more yield, and more job creation. There is no other option. Social progress and social and economic progress is the only thing our countries need. Thank you. We still have 5 to 6 other speeches, so please I'll ask you to conclude. When I have to talk about my countries, I'm always so enthusiastic and so passionate, and we do not have so many opportunities. And now we are here in the Kingdom of Morocco, this great country, great nation. We were to be given some more time to close ties between our counterparts. But we in our country, our government has implemented what we call the PND, the National Development Plan for 2024-2028, which is a key opportunity for the Kingdom of Morocco, but also for any other investors who are committed to invest in high added value sectors. And this comes with this specific purpose under the leadership of our head of state. Morocco has chosen to organize this investors roundtable. Sir Fawzat Touadara will be leading the delegation in Morocco to attend this roundtable, and I'd like to seize this opportunity as the person in charge of the Central African Partnership. I hope we will be part of this delegation, and on this occasion I'm sure we'll be able to meet the Moroccan investors who shall support us and work with us in a very closely manner. Thank you very much.
Monsieur Jean-Daniel Ovaga.
Mr. Jean-Daniel Ovaga, President of the Congo Operators, Economic Operators. Please, 5 minutes only. So I'm asked to speak in only 5 minutes. So I will try to speak from the heart. Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I wanted to commend the hosts of this forum, especially the authorities of this emerging city, the city of excellence, Laayoune. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is built today. And today is based on what we do in prior times. And I repeat here that by 2050, the African continent will comprise 2.5 billion inhabitants. 70% of them youth and women. Those economies will be built on SMEs and the informal sector. And as I read the signs of time, the irreversible nature of time imposes itself upon us. So either we accept a conformist past, but let's not forget that this past is being erased and leaves the place to the future. But we need to harness that future appropriately. What change are we striving for? We need to build value chains in the long term, but we need to start as soon as possible with state-of-the-art methods. So how do we build such value chains? This is the purpose of this forum. Are we going to build them in division? I don't think so, because Machiavelli died a long time ago. Will we build them in competition, meaning the strongest will crush the weakest? Darwin died a long time ago. We will create those chains in pooling our assets, because this continent has internal resources that can meet the needs, or 85% of our needs. But we will pool our assets for several reasons. First, to achieve our financing goals based on performance. Second goal, shared growth. And then the African Continental Free Trade area reflects the needs of our forefathers to use trade as a vehicle of development, the free move of people and goods. And this requires building a new business model based on environmental and social considerations. So how will we use 70% of those 2.5 billion people? We need to identify talents, to build champions and build unicorns, and this goes through the rebuilding of our software. We need to build that together with our universities, our schools, our training centers. Because unless we find a solution for our youth, we will face a time bomb. So I will speak in a few words. The National Union of Economic Operators, which is the main union association which brings together SMEs, craftsmen and women, has an important ambition. We have 1,300 members, and we strive to contribute within a 5-year plan to fostering the creation of 200,000 jobs. When it comes to our cooperation with Morocco, I wanted to mention a few aspects that lead us to that future. On the 11th of March 2022, an MOU was signed with the Chamber of Trade of Casablanca. On the 20th of March 2022, we signed the Selunok MOU with the Rabat Chamber of Commerce. And in the same month, we signed MOU with the SOS New Dynamics. We also signed an MOU with the Moroccan Association of Exports. In addition, recently we established a partnership with the Said Foundation as part of our business club Morocco. By mentioning these agreements, I'd like to point to the solutions to make this South-South cooperation effective. So there are a few recommendations. First, strengthening economic diplomacy between the members of CEMAC and CGEM through economic benchmarking mechanisms, creating a bilateral public-private investment fund, Morocco CEMAC, geared towards high-value projects. Third, establishing an incubation project for entrepreneurship training in cooperation with our universities and research centers. Fourth, easing the mobilizing of entrepreneurs, of skills through the simplification of customs and administrative processes. And I mentioned Casablanca. It's not always easy to go to Casablanca and create such initiatives. How do we build tomorrow's continent? And here I'm thinking of the Chamber of Litigation of Arbitration. That was another project as part of this dynamic. So we wish to build a Rainbow Africa at a crossroads. And this should be supported by the elites here present. Through this forum, we refuse to be one single event, one additional event. We need to contribute together, to build together, and to make progress together towards a land of achievements, of ambition, on this land of opportunity. But to conclude, I'd like to allow me to commend His Majesty's vision. May God assist him. And also the will of our heads of state. This shared building endeavor will help us achieve the ambitions of our continent, making Africa a land of opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Oraga. I will give the floor to Mr. Siddiqui, member of the board for the Cameroonian Enterprises, SEGAM. You have the floor, and please respect the 5-minute limit. Excellencies, President of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, Excellence, President of the Parliament of CEMAC, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ministers, Mr. the Wali of the Laayoune region, Mr. the President of the Laayoune Regional Council, Mr. the President of the Communal Council of Laayoune, dear MPs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor with a deep sense of responsibility that I take the floor on behalf of the group of Cameroonian entrepreneurs, GECAM. And I'm here to bring our modest contribution to our shared discussion. But first, allow me to commend this beautiful initiative to bring us together on the occasion of the Parliamentary Forum on Economic Cooperation between Morocco and CEMAC. This initiative strengthens dialogue and cooperation between our parliamentary institutions, but also between the economic actors of our countries. I'd also like to express our gratitude to the Kingdom of Morocco for its legendary hospitality and its commitment towards African governments. We strive to build this solidarity and sovereign effort. This forum is held at a crucial moment in the history of our continent. Central Africa and Morocco, albeit in separate areas, share the same aspirations, especially the structural transformation of their economies, political stability, regional integration, sustainable development, and so on. The private sector that we represent here is aware of its key role in this African dynamic, and we are convinced that parliamentary diplomacy, when it is open to dialogue with economic players, and here Morocco illustrates this initiative can be a formidable lever to improve the business environment, to build a South-South cooperation, one that is specific, concrete, strong and sustainable. Strengthening cooperation with our partner countries is an approach which is consistent with our government's strategies. And this fits within sub-regional and national cooperation strategies. When it comes to Cameroon, this fits within the 2035 strategy and the development plan by 2030, which is dear to the heart of our President Paul Biya. The topic we are discussing today is relevant. The role of the private sector in the development of integration and trade requires an overall analysis of the macroeconomic context. We need to highlight the potential and opportunities we all face, but also the challenges we need to meet. We need to remind that Central Africa, and especially the 6 member countries of CEMAC, especially Cameroon, Chad, the Central African Republic, Congo, Gabon, and Equatorial Guinea, represent a strategic area for the development of Africa. With more than 60 million people, a growing market, and plentiful natural resources, even though they are not evenly harnessed. And here I'm thinking of forests, arable lands, and oil. This is a key area sitting between East and Western Africa. CEMAC is a key potential development hub. In this space, Cameroon plays the role of economic driver with a GDP of around $106 billion. It represents 40% of the CEMAC's GDP, a bit more than 50% of active formal businesses in the sub-region, strongly diversified economy, a dynamic private sector, strong entrepreneurship, an openness to the Atlantic, thanks to two major harbors of Douala and Kiribi. The Cameroon economy has reached a 4% growth rate with an 8% growth potential, but the challenges facing us are gigantic. The reliance on low-value products, the reliance on imports, an insufficient internalization and basic infrastructure, insufficient economic integration, despite the strong will displayed by our governments. And also a business climate, even though attractive, is still facing hurdles. And this is a responsibility that falls on the public and private sector. They both should strive to deploy efforts within this macroeconomic context. And the private sector should be a driver for growth alongside a public sector that should guarantee the quality of the business environment. And here we should strive to draw investors based on a number of indicators. The private sector should play a key role in attracting investments. Please, Mr. Siddiqui, if you could conclude. The private sector in Cameroon works as part of a global advocacy for development. All these actions are worth strengthening. As private players in CEMAC and in Cameroon, Morocco is a natural and strategic factor. The future of our relations should not be bound by goods and services, but should expand to the sharing of know-how, co-production, in order to build our shared economic sovereignty. And this economic cooperation should be more organized and more pragmatic. And in this regard, I have a few recommendations to enhance the business environment and to foster economic integration between Morocco and CEMAC. First, the creation of an investment forum between Morocco and CEMAC devoted to industrial investment, supported by financial institutions. The implementation of bilateral agreement for the fostering of exchanges in terms of tariffs and business standards and visas. The strengthening of supply chains. We need more transport infrastructure. We need to strengthen technical cooperation in innovation for the benefit of youth, and we need to institutionalize the framework in which we exchange views between Parliament in order to adapt our policies to what happens on the ground. The JECA commends all the efforts made in this regard. As African businesses, we believe in the future of a strong African partnership in agribusiness, food safety, telecommunication infrastructure, new energies, renewables, new digital technologies, and vocational training. And this is why we call upon the harmonization of our legal frameworks, the transfer of skills, and fostering of trade between Morocco and our region. Mr. President, in this context, the Cameroonian private sector plays a key role as a driver. Our organization is now unified with Mr. Celestin Domba as its president, and it's committed to all initiatives aiming to strengthen economic cooperation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Siddiqui, for your words. Just one moment. The GCAM organizes on the 25th and 26th of July its second session of Economic Forum. It's a very successful forum, and of course we wish Morocco to actively take part in that forum. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Siddiqui. Thank you for your contribution, even though you oversteps the time limit. Mr. Doua, President of the CNPT, you have the floor. So you will have a bonus if you respect the time limit, the 5-minute time limit. Mr. Moderator. Mr. President of the House of Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's an honor to speak on this key topic for our economies, the role of the private sector in the fostering of trade, investments, and economic integration between Morocco and the CEMAC member countries. The economic world today teaches us a valuable lesson. The launching of a region is based on the health of its private sector. Growth is a catalyst and a key factor of economic cooperation. Morocco is recognized for its bold strategy. It has been able to strengthen its ties with African partners, especially with CEMAC. As players of the private sector in Chad, we see here a strategic opportunity to foster business partnerships, the financing of businesses, and the development of major projects. The investment of Morocco in infrastructure, energy, and in digital perfectly illustrates this momentum and this synergy. The presence of banks such as Al Tijari Group in our country provides financial solutions which are adapted to the needs of entrepreneurs. Thanks to its geographical and strategic position and its logistical hub in Tangier Med, and thanks to the future logistical hub in Dakhla, Morocco is a gateway towards the African market and towards international markets. Trade between CEMAC and Morocco have grown, especially in agribusiness, in pharmaceuticals, and the textile industry. To strengthen these exchanges, it's important to lift tariffs, improve value chains, and adapt mechanisms that will foster trade. We should go beyond bilateral trade and promote economic integration, one that is regional and strong. Alongside our partners in CEMAC and Morocco, are striving to help entrepreneurs by sharing expertise and creating factors that help us in our integration. Such forums is a platform, a key platform for the private sector, in which the private sector can play a key role. Now more than ever, we need to strengthen our synergies, foster investments, and strengthen our economic relations. The private sector in Chad stands ready to play its full part in this bold project. Africa should speak with one voice act as one force and prosper as one entity. With that, let's build this successful momentum of sustainable economic cooperation. The vision of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI has laid the foundation, and this forum can help us materialize this vision. Thank you. You have earned your bonus for respecting the time limit. Madam President Hélène Zwa-Ondo, Vice President of the Gabonese Employers Federation. Can you please tell us briefly what we lack today to strengthen this Morocco-CEMAC partnership when it comes to partnerships and investments as part of a win-win and mutually beneficial strategy? Thank you. I will not make a speech here, simply to say that I'm happy here to represent the Federation of Gabonese Employers. This federation aims to promote investors in Gabon. The Federation of Gabonese Businesses stands ready to support investors wishing to invest in our country. We are within the fifth republic in which government is fostering the private sector. We also have incentives in terms of tax breaks. We also have a duty-free area. This is to say that Morocco and Gabon have built a strong relationship over the past 50 years. All manners of business of Moroccan businesses are investing in Gabon in construction, mining and so on, and we are here to foster these relations with the new investment code, with new tax incentives, and the Federation of Gabonese Employers, which I have the honor to represent, stands ready to support these businesses to foster a win-win relationship. To conclude, I'd like to thank the Moroccan people. I'd like to thank the Wali of this beautiful city for their warm welcome. And I slept in the open for the first time in my life, and it was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I give the floor to Salwa Yamani, economist at the Policy Center for the New South. She will be speaking about the integration, economic growth. Can Morocco be a key player in this dynamics, in particular throughout the Atlantic Rail Initiative? Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for the organizers of this event. I'm very glad to share with you a brief presentation on the private sector as a key player for economic integration between CEMAC and Morocco within the African Free Trade Agreement area. Now, the CEMAC countries and Morocco do share common initiatives for more regional economic integration. At the CEMAC level, they have very old structuring efforts, the customs and monetary union, efforts for free movement of goods and services, willingness to harmonize tax and monetary policies, and support to economic diversification and to industries, and reduce dependency over natural resources. On the Moroccan side, Africa is at the core of its economic diplomacy. with the South-South cooperation vision, and this is clearly seen in the investments brought to the continent. 19% of new investments in Morocco are actually made in Africa. And the country also participates in structuring projects such as the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline. So the African Continental Free Trade Area is a key framework for more integration for both sides. Morocco and CEMAC have committed to this framework, which aims at creating a single market, boost inter-African investment and trade, but also develop regional value chain, which is really key for African countries. There were lots of achievements, institutionally speaking, but unfortunately not all efforts, or most of the efforts, are related to policy supply or institutional offer. They are indispensable but not sufficient for a dynamic market, and this is where the private sector can play an important role, as it's a driving force for trade, production, investment, and in economic activities. A few figures about the role of the private sector in Africa. It is the backbone of African economies. 70% of the GDP, 70% of investments, 90% of job creation, and the SMEs amount to most of the economic wave, more than 90% of formal businesses in Africa. A few brief on the economic relationship between CEMAC countries and Africa. Moroccan exports towards these countries are on the rise. So it is on the rise in terms of exports and imports, with some countries that attract more investment, such as Cameroon, Gabon, and Congo. Investment volume is also important. These countries represent around 5% of Moroccan investment overseas, which shows that there is a huge potential to be exploited. In the manufacturing sector, for instance, in the tertiary also, and in the transformation sector. Here's an example of the banking sector in Morocco and its presence in Central Africa. Just look at the countries of the CEMAC, where Moroccan banks amount to a significant part of the markets when it comes to deposits and credits. Okay, I'll move to my conclusion. Of course, there are a few challenges that the private sector encounters. Low involvement within the framework of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and its implementation. I have few figures, but I do not have so much time. The lack of information and access to information, but also structural limitations when it comes to funding infrastructure, informal standards, cost of transactions, and complicated procedures. Again, you've got to make a difference between SMEs and large champions. It's important to make a distinction between both, because you've got to think on the one hand on integration strategies, because the challenges the SMEs have are not the ones that the others have. Plus, you've got to help SMEs to better integrate in the African market. So my final words, some policy recommendations. We've got to improve access to information throughout training programs, fora. We've got to strengthen the access to funding for the SMEs, improve trade governance, and strengthen our investments in infrastructure, and last but not least, improve investment south-south in all promising sectors. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know that time is up and we have time constraints, but we still have this very high-profile speaker. We have just started now a reflection about the future, but I was saying that we don't have enough time to deepen this conversation with these very high-profile speakers, but I can tell you that we have addressed very important topics for the future of our continent, and I'm sure we'll have other opportunities to dwell a bit more onto that and become more operational with regard to all these ambitions and intentions. There are lots of things to be done on the economic side, industrial side also, and also on the automotive sector. Lots is still to be done. Raw material based industry. So, ladies and gentlemen, during this session, I think we have mentioned most of the important topics that have to do with economic integration. It is high time now we transform these opportunities into concrete reality while involving public and private players. Thank you so much for your contributions. Now the presidents of the various African enterprises confederations, please stay with us for this ceremony of the signing of a series of MOUs. Thank you.
شكرا سي بشيري. شكرا. سنمر الآن إلى التوقيع.
Thank you very much. We're now moving to the signing session, this MOU agreement between the CGEM from Morocco and the Union of Central African Enterprises.
Les associations et confédérations des entrepreneurs de l'Afrique centrale, des pays du Tchad, Central.
We're talking about Chad, Central African Republic, Congo, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, and Chad. Mr. Shakib Lalij, please join us. The President also, please join us.
تفضلوا معنا كذلك السيد رئيس مجلس
The President of the House of Chancellors, Mr. Weli, the Ministers, Mr. Hamdi Rashid, please join us in this signing ceremony.
Allez-y, monsieur, venez ici. Venez ici, comme ça vous pouvez. On va juste. Allez-y, Monsieur le Président. Madame. سي شكيب تفضل. سيد الوالي تفضلوا. Messieurs les ministres, سي الحاج تفضل لنا. C'est une convention cadre.
So, the president of the region, Laayoune Al-Hamra, Mr. Ould Rashid, president of the region, Laayoune Al-Hamra. The General Confederation of Enterprises in Morocco and the Union of Enterprises of the countries of CEMAC are signing this framework agreement, which aims at more economic cooperation, a South-South cooperation. It is an alliance that aims at creating a task force, a joint task force, in order to boost investment and transfer of knowledge between the businesses, enterprises of both regions. Both parties commit to designing an annual roadmap based on regular economic encounters and aims at developing coming projects in strategic sectors such as agribusiness, renewable energies, and the digital.
لمقاولة المغرب واتحادات مقاولات بلدان إفريقيا الوسطى من أجل شراكة جنوب جنوب. ستكون هناك يعني فريق عمل من أجل تفعيل هذه الشراكة وكذلك من أجل تبادل الخبرات والاستثمارات في المغرب وكذلك في بلدان إفريقيا الوسطى. ويلتزم الطرفان بوضع خارطة طريق سنوية وكذلك تنظيم لقاءات اقتصادية منتظمة ووضع كذلك مشاريع يعني مشتركة في قطاعات استراتيجية مثل الصناعة الغذائية والطاقات المتجددة والديجيتال النيميريك. إذا تبادل تحت تصفيقاتكم. Vos applaudissements.
A round of applause for this exceptional, amazing moment, the signing by the CGM of the framework agreement with the entrepreneurs of the CEMAC, and the presence of the President of the House of Chancellor, the Minister, President of the Parliament of the CEMAC, the Wali, the Mayor of the city of Laayoune, Mr. Amarat, President of the CS, and the President of the region. Honorable Ministers, thank you so much, and a family picture.
Merci sous vos applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs. Merci beaucoup, merci, merci.
Tu as une voix.
شكرا جزيلا. سننتقل إلى الورشة الثانية.
Thank you very much. We're now moving to the second panel.
الورشة الثانية سيترأسها السيد الوزير السي أحمد خشيشن، النائب الثاني لرئيس مجلس المستشارين. سأعطيه الكلمة.
I'll give the floor to the President of the House of Councillor, who will moderate this session. Sir Ahmed, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you, Minister. Good afternoon, everyone. I know the morning session was a bit long, but we still have some work to do, so we'll move on quickly to the second panel, which will be devoted to considerations that are beyond the partnerships between the participants of this forum in several countries. So it has to do with a key challenge for tomorrow, for all of us, and that is the impact of climate change. Not the overall impact. I think everyone has enough experience to be aware of those impacts over the past few years, but we'll focus on two aspects that have direct bearings on us and that will be critical in the next few years: food security and nutrition and the quality of food in our countries, which have strategic shortcomings in our countries. I call upon Mr. Jeremy Amau. He is the president of the African MP Network. Please take your seat. With us also Mr. Mohamed Mohassi. He's the director of a significant business in the region. He's in charge of social responsibility at Fos Bukra. Mr. Baraka, also with us. He's the president of the Professional Federation of Oilseed Producers, FOLEA, and also board member of Comader. And last but not least, with us also Professor Chimweze from the Bayes University. Is he with us? Yes, please welcome. I know that we will have insights on complex issues, so I will ask the speakers to be as synthetic as possible and to be as accurate as possible in these very complex topics, and that we will continue to face in coming years. Without further ado, I give the floor to Mr. Jeremy Udamau.
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Allow me at the outset to congratulate His Majesty Mohammed VI on his vision and enlightened leadership for Morocco and the whole of Africa. Over the past few years, Morocco has become a key hub of international and regional conferences, and those are platforms for reflection and recommendations to achieve inclusive development in Africa. I'd also like to commend the dynamism of the House of Councillors for their parliamentary diplomacy efforts, since a certain number of conferences have been hosted by this house. I'd also like to thank the President of the House of Councillors for his invitation extended to the members of the organization I represent, and I also thank him for the fraternity he displayed in welcoming us on Moroccan land since we arrived. When it comes to our topic, the impact of climate change on food security and nutrition, we first need to mention that a number of African countries, while they have little contribution to climate change, are among the most vulnerable countries in the face of its devastating impacts. The countries of CEMAC, such as Cameroon, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Chad, the Central African Republic, are no exceptions. And therefore, this conference between Morocco and CEMAC is very timely. And I think that our discussions will benefit our regions. When it comes to the observations that we can express when it comes to the impact of climate change, we can mention the adverse effect on the timeline of agricultural production, the shortage in water, the disconnect between the economy and farmers' needs, the declining farming yield, the shortage of food to meet the needs of the population and avoid food insecurity, inflation in farming produce, to mention but a few issues. In the face of these challenges, what can be the role of MPs? Alongside the conventions signed by our countries on climate, it's important to set up a domestic framework, a robust framework, to strengthen the institutional framework to better face climate change. Several issues such as water, farming, infrastructure are key, and therefore it's important that our parliament begin to reflect in the establishment of an ongoing commission to tackle climate issues. In our second role as supervisory bodies, we need to have a plural planification and to allocate resources for the implementation of our climate strategies. And this requires budgetary guidelines. We also control public spending in terms of climate, what some call green budgets or climate change sensitive budgets. But a key issue is being imposed upon us, which is the financing of our climate policies. It is true that Several countries have bold ambitions to counter climate breakdown. However, funds do not match those ambitions. So beyond public spending, we need to reach out for private funding and negotiate public-private partnerships with businesses. For us, MPs, it is not enough to work on our level. We need to evaluate climate policies. And as part of the African MP network for the management of natural resources, we need to support African government in the use of evidence-based data to control government action. This will help us ensure that laws have an impact on inclusive development. In this framework, there is a partnership which ties the House of Councillors in Morocco to our organization. And I wish that African parliaments, especially those who are not part of CEMAC, become members so that they can help bring Africa out of this situation of underdevelopment. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much for this contribution on the networking between members of parliament. And you called upon all MPs and bodies that have legislative actions can act within this network, because we're facing complex equations, and only our joint efforts will help us to build a common ground. So without further ado, I give the floor to Si Mohamed Mouhsi. As I have said, he is an officer at Force Bukra in the Laayoune region, which is a significant business in this area.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be talking about this key topic, which has to do with food security and climate change. And both are very much interconnected. With my brief presentation, I'd like to give you a general outlook of the situation. The world outlook, but also concrete solutions we are providing within the OCP group. To well understand the issue, first, let's look at the global context. We are going through critical period, climate change and food security issues. By 2050, population will be of 9 billion people, but the share per inhabitant related arable land will diminish, so we need to produce more with less. This means increasing farming yield by 30% while preserving our resources. So food security is under pressure in Africa. Millions of people already suffer from malnutrition and billions at the global scale. This means there is a very strong pressure over all economic players when it comes to reducing the carbon footprint. Decarbonization is key in all industries. States are setting objectives, investors are asking for guarantees, while final customers are looking for sustainable and eco-friendly products. For a company like ours, it's not a choice but a need. We need to rethink our processes, reduce our emissions significantly throughout bold measures. So let's look at our technological roadmap. We committed to a huge transformation of our industrial sector. We need carbon to become neutral by 2040, scope 3. And we have different leverages: renewable energies, plain arrow, carbon farming, green ammonia, etc. All these solutions aim at one single goal: reduce, offset, reduce as much as possible greenhouse emissions in all stages of our value chain. Our action goes beyond mining and industrial production. It has also to do with local farmers. Our commitment also has to do with those who work with African farmers. We have initiatives led by OCEP Africa. We have an office in Douala, country of the CEMAC. We are providing modern tools, customized mapping, digital platforms, farming services, and the outcome is a higher yield, strengthened communities, and a more resilient and sustainable agriculture. This is a urgent transformation because there is very limited phosphorus in our land. And there is one thing we don't know: 43% of arable land worldwide have low concentration of phosphorus. And we know it is so important for agriculture. So without proper input, the yields will remain low. So the OCP has a key strategic role in the optimization and the use of this resource. Our approach is based on a strong value to human capital, which is at the core of its model. Our development model is based on this reality. The human asset is the backbone of any strategy. It is key for entrepreneurship, for local development. We create shared values and shared values. We support our partners, and we are helping build a fair and sustainable system. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohassi, for your feedback and the experiences you've been sharing with us coming from the OCP group. And without further ado, I'll give the floor now to Mr. Baraka, who is the president of the Interprofessional Confederation called FOLEA, and he's the manager of the Moroccan Confederation of the COMADER, the Rural Moroccan Corporation. Thank you. Thank you to the organizers for the holding of this very interesting forum. I'm here as the president of the Oleaginous Federation, but also manager of the COMADER. COMADER deals with all the farming confederations of Morocco. When it comes to climate change, we're not here to forecast the future impacts, but to anticipate those, and sometimes we're a bit lagging behind, or often, but the consequences can be very drastic and climate changing much more rapidly than our farming policies. Few words. In 2024, for instance, it has been one of the hottest years in Morocco, but also at the global scale. In Morocco, more 49 degrees Celsius. That was the highest temperature we've ever recorded since the beginning of the measurements, and sometimes 1.555, 0.59, which is really bad. Another thing, these temperatures, these waves of heat have led to temperatures that were 70% higher than the normal temperatures. We know that this can lead to serious consequences to our agricultural sector. But not only rainfall these 10 past years or 8 past years, we know that there was a drop of around 25%, but if we go back to the 60s, it already dropped by 46%. And this leads to serious consequences. And we here in Morocco, but elsewhere in Africa too, I'm sure we are suffering from consequences at the nutritional level. So we had 6 consecutive years of droughts. We are designing today new policies, but there was a past policies about the building of dams, and those dams have been quite instrumental and very helpful to resist in the current times. But we are coming up with new plans, a water-based plan that aims at protecting us a bit more and be able to face the water stress. Today, I mean, all this is a direct consequence of the climate change. So we've got to find new solutions, provide food, water to everyone. Water stress is a current observation, so there's lack of water, there is drastic climate change, and sometimes huge rainfalls, which is also daunting for our environment. So this is the global, quite gloomy picture of the situation. But there are also other factors. But let's think of what can be done today, given the time constraints. I mean, we do need a resilient, strong agriculture that is able to adapt. We need to do more agronomic research in general in order to find new seeds, new crops that are more resilient to these current climate change effects. So more research. We've got to strengthen the capacities of our farmers. We need to provide them with capacities. We need to design new policies. Think of new crops that can help us strengthen our national sovereignty and at the same time feed our population. I've attended recently an event about the access to information and I've listened to this presentation by the National School of Agriculture, and it seems that we need to get back to the drop system irrigation and even beyond, because even this water drop irrigation system has changed. You've got now to think of the nature of the land, the type of plant, the natural conditions. You've got to use AI and find the right time to irrigate, and all this can be done with new software. But in terms of access, you've got to train the farmers so that they can have access to these modern new technological tools. Semi-direct method, for instance, there were traditional methods that are not sufficient anymore in some of our regions. You've got to plant seeds directly in some cases because it nurtures the land, and you can also save lots of amount of water. So there are lots of things that are to be done technically speaking, but also at the policy level. You've got to promote those sectors that do not consume that much water. Think of food security and sovereignty. You've got to think in terms of regional cooperation, because if you want to face these huge challenges, you cannot act on an isolated integrated manner. You've got to cooperate with your partners in your own region. In Africa, for instance, we can join forces, exchange experiences and best practices. So there's lots of things to be done. I'm just trying to mention everything as quickly as possible. We talked a lot about the free trade continental area. In each of these member countries, it's very important to develop agriculture and retain populations there where they are. We need to speed up this continental free trade area. This is key for Africa, but also for Morocco. Another important thing, the LPA, this Atlantic initiative led by His Majesty the King. This is again another very strong opportunity. This is going to be the bridge between Europe, Africa, and the Americas. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Baraka, for this very brief but very interesting presentation on potential perspectives. They are paramount in terms of cooperation with African partners, but you have mentioned that this calls for a change of paradigm, of mindset, but this also requires a huge amount of investments in our human assets. Now, Professor Nozuzi Mezi from the University Baz from Abuja, he will be the last speaker of this session.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I count it a privilege to be here today in this first forum between Morocco and CEMAC Parliament. And I want to say I'm very grateful. I will limit myself to the time that has been allotted to me as an academic. My detailed research and presentation is with organizers of the forum, so you can always find it. My presentation is titled The Impact of Climate Change Effects on Food Security and Nutrition. My presentation highlights the key challenges and strategic proposals for the Morocco CEMAC Parliamentary Forum on Climate Change, Food Security and Nutrition. Climate change is a problem that has come to stay and no country is immune from it. So every joint effort aimed at tackling it should be commended. So my research has examined the intersection of climate resilience, agricultural sustainability, and regional integration. Now, some key issues have been identified. And what are these key issues, the challenges? One is climate vulnerability caused by droughts, desertification, erratic rainfall, and rising temperatures leading to declining agricultural productivity and worsening food security for the populace. Secondly is agricultural disruptions. Why is the supply chain disrupted? It's disrupted because of rain-dependent, labor-intensive agriculture that have been significantly affected. And for instance, Morocco faces a declining yield of cereals because of declining rainfall, drought, and all that. Thirdly, food system fragility. Climate-induced shocks have disrupted supply chains, and it has subsequently increased food prices, leading to dependency on imports. And any region or country that depends so much on imports is not healthy for its economy. It's going to affect its balance of trade. And it also affects its food security and the people's right to good nutrition. Fourthly, public health and nutrition. Malnutrition, especially among children and women, has been aggravated by declining diet diversity and increased exposure to contaminated food due to climate-sensitive pests and diseases. Having enumerated some of these challenges, there are some strategic proposals for joint actions between Morocco and the CEMAC countries. One is parliamentary collaboration. Here, it refers to policy alignment between Morocco and CEMAC countries, which will reduce regulatory tariffs and improve free trade across the region. Another is to establish parliamentary caucuses to mainstream climate food security priorities. We should have parliamentary caucuses that will focus mainly on issues of climate change and food security. 2, climate smart investments. Investment on climate-friendly related issues should be incentivized through drought-resistant crops. Drought-resistant crops could be provided, irrigation, renewable energy, and early warning systems. Thirdly, another proposal is private sector encouragement. The private sector should be encouraged. The public-private partnership should be mobilized to enhance agri-infrastructure, promote digital tech platforms, and mobilize green financing. My research shows that Morocco has gone a long way in irrigation farming, and this should be encouraged and replicated even among the CEMAC countries for the good of our people. Regional integration under the African Free Trade area, we should facilitate cross-border trade in agricultural goods, harmonize quality standards, and develop agro-industrial zones to enhance food distribution, affordability, and economies of scale. It should be noted that no individual nation with all its resources can do it alone, because individual responses are never efficient. So regional collaboration and cooperation is very important. After all, pests can easily move from one country to another. They can easily move across borders. So joint effort is usually preferred and is being recommended strongly here. Establish strong food security reserve. This can be modeled after the ECOWAS system, for instance. ECOWAS delivered 4,303 tons of cereals to Burkina Faso in 2020. This was in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and other food insecurity issues that were security related. So ECOWAS was able to do that through its food reserve stocks. So the CEMAC countries and Morocco can leverage on this example. 6, combat desertification. Promote land restoration and afforestation in vulnerable regions, align actions with the Great Green Wall Initiative, and empower communities through education and incentives. Education is very powerful. You can start even from the primary school level to educate children on the need for tree planting, afforestation, and embarking on activities that will promote climate change efforts. 7, protect women and children. I will end with this. Women and children are the most vulnerable. They are the most impacted when it comes to climate change. Women are the ones that feed children. There is nobody in this hall that since you were born, you have not been fed by a woman. So women are very critical in this case. Women should be encouraged, and when women are encouraged, it also affects the children and the health of the population. So protect women, support legislation for gender-sensitive climate resilience strategies. Strengthen early warning and risk management system. You can coordinate responses through mechanisms such as Agrimat and Africa Risk Capacity. In conclusion, the joint Morocco-CEMAC initiative offers a transformative, forward-looking model for regional collaboration that not only tackles climate-induced food insecurity, but also advances Africa's integration and development objectives. Finally, I want to say that I've come to Morocco for the first time, and I want to say that personally, I love beautiful things. I love things that are good. I want to say you have a beautiful country, and I applaud you for that. I also want to encourage Morocco on the aspect of promoting the inclusivity. I'm happy that I've seen women involved in organizing and the implementation of activities of this forum, and it is very encouraging. Research has shown that societies, nations that involve women in their development programs fare better. So I want to believe Morocco and the CEMAC regions, when they involve women and empower the less privileged, they will fare better. Food security is for everyone, and all efforts must be put in place to make sure that Morocco and the CEMAC countries continue to thrive on the positive side. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Professeur Chimé.
Thank you, Professor Chimize, for this clear contribution. You mentioned a very accurate diagnostic, not only on farming as a mode of production, but also on the food security and nutrition dimensions. And this requires to strengthen our capacity to anticipate risk, but also to protect vulnerable categories such as women and children. And there is also a need to work within the Agenda 2030 to strengthen our partnership on these topics with an analysis that I really appreciated on the Moroccan experience and the insights that can be drawn from that. With that, we reach the end of our interventions, and now I will leave the floor to the next panel while I thank the speakers of this panel, the second panel. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much for this very rich discussion and a panel. Thank you, Minister Khshishin. So we're going to go to the third workshop, and the third workshop is going to be facilitated by André Malkdorgo. He's a member of the Parliament of CEMAC. Monsieur André
Mr. André Nalkedogo, member of the CEMAC Parliament. So he'll join us on this third workshop on renewable energies as a lever for sustainable development. Thank you. Mr. President of the House of Councillors, Mr. President of the CEMAC Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, Mr. President of the General Confederation of Moroccan Businesses, Mr. President of the Employers Federation of CEMAC, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to present the third session of this meeting, which we'll delve into renewable energies as a lever for sustainable development. In this panel, we'll have 4 speeches, 4 presentation, and a keynote intervention. And here, I would like to call upon Mr. Khamar Al-Marabit, member of the House of Councillors, international expert in clean energy.
Ensuite, je voudrais
I would also like to invite Mr. Ahmed Naqoush, Vice President of the Energy Union.
la troisième.
The third presentation will be made by Ms. Samira Al-Khalifi from the Moroccan Agency for Energy Efficiency.
La quatrième intervention.
The fourth contribution will be made by Professor Silvana Bartoletto, Professor of Energy Transition and Economic Development and Economic History at the University of Naples, Italy.
Pour l'intervention, j'appelle Madame.
For this first contribution, I invite Ms. Sabrina Amran, economics expert at the Policy Center for the New South.
Aux panélistes, je voudrais faire cette recommandation.
To the panelists, we have 5 interventions, so I would suggest to only allow 5 minutes to each contribution. So I will be very strict, so please limit your intervention to that 5-minute cap. Mr. Khamar Al-Amrabit, member of the House of Councillors, international expert in clean energy. Please join me. You have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and I hope that these thanks are not accounted within those 5 minutes. Excellencies, Mr. Rashid, President of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco. Excellencies, Mr. Evartist Gamana, President of the CEMAC Parliament. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ministers. Your Excellency, President of the CGEM. Mr. President of the CSE. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Walis, representatives of local, regional and domestic organizations. It's a great pleasure to be with you in this beautiful city of Laayoune, a culturally rich city which affords significant entertainment and development opportunities, which feeds into its touristic development in the Sahara region. It's an honor to be with you and to share with you my deep conviction and a universal truth, which is a driver of any development, which is energy and energy transition in particular. Renewables are not only a climate requirement to decrease greenhouse gas emissions, but also a strategic opportunity for sustainable development in our countries. Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is recognized that access to trustworthy, affordable energy, and thus access to renewables can be a multiplying factor on other aspects such as healthcare provision, the improvement of social services, poverty alleviation, the creation of jobs, gender equality, as well as improved access to water and food. The cross-cutting impacts of renewables lie at the heart of the efforts to reach Sustainable Development Goals, UN SDGs. And one of those goals is SDG 7, which aims to guarantee access to all to reliable, sustainable, modern and affordable energy services. And for Africa, and Central Africa in particular, where unfortunately a significant number of people live without electricity, this is a key issue. And we can't repeat this enough. Renewables provide a solution to bring power to rural areas, boost industry, create jobs, and expand access to key services such as healthcare and education. Excellencies, dear participants, our continent includes 60% of the world's solar potential, but it only harnesses a very little part of that. In 2014-2015, an energy strategy was adopted at CEMAC, which included a white paper to coordinate infrastructure and to promote a regional market. The main goals of that initiative are as follows: reaching power rate of 50%, thereby serving hundreds of thousands of additional people, but also harnessing the large power resources, especially the wind and solar potential. Time is short, so I will not mention other objectives. Another initiative I'd like to mention is the creation of a renewable center for energy efficiency for Central Africa. This entity is devoted to the promotion of renewables and energy efficiency in Central Africa. These two initiatives I have just mentioned, so the CAP and the CEMAC for Central Africa, show that Africa in general and CEMAC in particular, in cooperation with the Kingdom of Morocco, can become a key player in economic transition in the region. The Kingdom of Morocco has a 15-year strong experience in energy transition. And please allow me to share with you a few insights and a few words on this national energy strategy on energy transition. So very shortly, this strategy was adopted in 2009 with very important goals. The first goal is the diversification of energy sources and to reduce our energy dependency. Another goal is to implement measures to reduce energy consumption. And third goal of this strategy is to integrate our energy system with those of neighboring countries. And the fourth goal is the adoption of public policies to better manage energy demand and to avoid the poor management of resources. So we had to strengthen our regulatory framework, and for this we issued and enacted several laws. I will not all mention them here, and I hope we will have some time to mention the efforts made by Morocco within this energy strategy. So there are challenges, there are several steps to take, but the most important thing is to mention cooperation. Cooperation between Morocco and CEMAC. As you well know, CEMAC laid the foundation for a sustainable energy transition. And I mentioned a few initiatives before, but the key here with the Moroccan experience is to highlight the fact that we can jointly transform our regional challenges into opportunities. The energy transition is a collective endeavor. We need to work together. And with that, we'll be able to build a sovereign and resilient Africa in the face of climate change, an Africa that thrives for future generations. So let's build together a future, a sustainable energy future based on a win-win principle that was already mentioned several times today. Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Ahmed Nakhosh, Vice President of the Energy Federation. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Given the little time I have 3 or 4 key messages to convey. The first one is the development of electricity as a primary source of energy. Today, in the global energy mix, 20% of the energy is used as power. The rest is used as fuels. But today, the forecast in the IAEA say that power will represent 30% in 2030 and 50% in 2050. And here I'm speaking of power production outside hydrogen. There are many reasons for that. First, power is a key factor for decarbonization, and second, because there are new use cases such as electric mobility, desalination, data centers, and the Internet of Things. The good news is that the power produced based on renewables, and here's why renewables are a key development factor. Renewables can play a key role, but our country has little power production. 600 million Africans don't have access to electricity. In addition, the power production which is installed is about 740 gigawatt. If we look into power generation on the African continent, only 25% come from renewables, mainly hydroelectricity, and 60% comes from fossil fuels. The African Renewable Energy Initiative that was launched following the Paris COP aimed for the production of 300 additional gigawatt. I remind you that the total installed capacity is 247 gigawatt. The IAEA says that most production in Africa should be renewable by 2030. And there are 12 African countries which announced carbon neutrality as their goal by 2050. This very bold investment program requires large sums being invested, and here we are running at a pace of $40 billion per year, and this will need to be stepped up to $200 billion per year. Our continent does not benefit significantly from climate funding. So the solution to meet this challenge, which is facing all African countries, is to carry out strong-willed policy, and we need to lift administrative barriers and improve governance. We need to encourage private sector participation through a transparent framework, incentives, and sometimes guarantees from the government. We need to invest in training to build skills, but also strengthen South-South cooperation. A few words to conclude the Moroccan experience. So Morocco launched the initiative of His Majesty the King, may God assist him, an initiative on renewables by including PPPs, meaning that in Morocco we have an experience in renewables production as well as in the development of PPP development. As private operators, we'll be delighted to share our experience with our African counterparts, especially within CEMAC. And this will not be in a spirit of competition, but rather in a win-win spirit. Thank you. Thank you. As you know, there are challenges, but there are also solutions. So you mentioned a few of those, and I hope that you are writing them down. The next contribution will be made by Ms. Samira Al-Khlifi from the Moroccan Agency for Energy Efficiency. Thank you so much. Given the time limit, I had a detailed presentation, so I will just give you a glimpse of what I had to say. But first, I'd like to thank all the organizers for including the Moroccan Agency for Energy Efficiency to allow it to share its experience in terms of development and promotion of energy efficiency. It considers it a lever of development domestically and regionally, but also from an industry standpoint. And to do that, as you know, Morocco adopted in 2009 its national energy strategy based on two major pillars, i.e. the contribution of renewables to the tune of 52% by 2030 and energy savings of 20% by 2030. And to achieve that, in terms of renewables, new laws have been enacted, but here I will mainly focus on energy efficiency, which we consider as a key resource so to implement this vision, a strategy has been adopted following the adoption of the law 4709. This strategy provides for the adoption of several steps geared towards the energy sector at all decision-making levels. This strategy is adapted to the targeted sectors, especially those that are energy intensive. We identified 5 key sectors that have strong potential in terms of energy savings, especially construction. The construction sector stands at the first rank in terms of energy consumption nationally. The transport sector, the industrial sector, and the farming sector and public lighting. Each sector, for each sector, a whole set of measures has been identified to achieve energy efficiency. So in terms of the law 47.09, 5 provisions, regulatory provisions were adopted. First, the thermal regulation in construction, which requires that any new building should take into account energy measures in order to optimize heating and AC in future buildings. The second provision has to do with energy auditing. So this applies to the industrial sector and to the tertiary sector. So for all industries above a certain level of energy consumption will be subject to a compulsory audit. The same goes for the tertiary sector and the players that go above a certain threshold. This text provides for the steps to be taken to implement the audit, the engineering offices that will implement those audits, but also the frequency of and the validity of those energy audits. Another aspect is about the creation of energy service companies. We have just approved a company as a first energy efficiency company which is specialized in energy services. The fourth provision is about the energy performance thresholds in equipments, first in AC units, refrigerators and electric motors, which are subject to minimum thresholds in terms of energy efficiency if they are to be marketed legally on Moroccan soil. So above those energy performance thresholds, these equipments will not be approved to be marketed. So a set of standards have been adopted and made compulsory, meaning that important equipments that do not comply with these requirements will not be allowed to be used on Moroccan soil. So those are the legal provisions. Now just an overview by way of conclusion. A certain number of steps have been taken by the agency to implement these provisions. And this is, has been implemented to promote energy efficiency. So we identified the steps to be taken in each sector. And there is another regional approach. And I take this opportunity to mention that for the Laayoune Sarkia al-Hamra region, there's currently an action plan to strengthen energy efficiency and decarbonization that will be presented shortly. The first launch workshop was organized in November. So all stakeholders in the region were invited to this workshop for the launch of study, and shortly we will have an overall vision on the energy efficiency of the region for all energy-intensive sectors, projects that have a potential in terms of energy savings. And based on that, we will develop an action plan indicating the steps to be taken that will help the Laayoune Sarkia Al Hamra region contribute to this national approach in terms of decarbonization. It will also help the region have targeted set goal that will allow it to contribute to the national goal. Thank you, ma'am.
La parole est au professeur Sylvain Bartoletto.
Now the floor to Silvana Bartoletto.
Bonjour,
Good morning. I'd like to thank you for inviting me to this event. Energy consumption is quickly increasing in Africa as the population is growing, transportation, and many other economic sectors. But more than 600 million Africans still have no access to electricity. Africa does have a huge energy potential, solar energy and wind energy. And we have new technologies coming up, such as green hydrogen. So it is crucial to free up this huge potential. Now, the debt burden. The elevated cost of capital remains a huge obstacle when it comes to financing new energy projects. The average weighted cost in Africa is 3 times higher than the one of developed countries such as Europe, the West in general, or the United States. The total energy consumption in Morocco has doubled these 20 past years. Energy consumption per inhabitant also has doubled. This means that the total increase of the energy consumption not only is related to demographic growth, but first and foremost to the economic development and the growth of certain sectors, certain industries, and transportation. In the CEMAC countries, energy consumption is also rapidly evolving. Just as shown in this graph, consumption has doubled these 20 past years. The growth is higher because the baseline was limited. Access to electricity remains a main challenge in the CEMAC countries, in particular in rural areas. But the gap between production and consumption of energy is quite clear. Cost of production is quite high. Despite an increase in investments, the source of renewable energies only amounts to 29% of the world production of electricity. So this means that around 60% of electricity is produced from fossil energy. The carbon, which is the most polluting fossil energy, remains the main energy source for electricity production. Morocco is actively boosting its energy investing in Central Africa, in particular within the CEMAC group. This initiative fits within this plural strategy of Morocco, aiming at strengthening South-South cooperation and supporting the regional integration in Africa. Between access to energy, sustainable development, job creation, regional cooperation, I would say that Morocco plays a very active role in the energy development policy within the CEMAC group, thanks to strategic investments and partnerships that provide sustainable access to energy and support economic growth in the region. Thank you. Thank you, madam. And now the presentation by Sabrina Amran, economics expert at the Policy Center for the New South. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is quite challenging to speak after so many insightful presentations, but let's put energy within its own context. Before talking actually about energy transition, what is the state of the art of energy? Why do we need it? I think it's important to highlight the correlation with the human individuals. We talked about 600 million people who still have no access to electricity in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, but actually this is also a kind of a contradiction. Abundant resources in our African continent, wind energy, solar energy, natural gas, fossil resources, but there's still this huge gap when it comes to having access to electricity. This is also to be seen in the future. 1.4 billion inhabitants in our continent. We should reach 2.5 billion inhabitants by 2050. So, mankind is key when it comes to energy transition today and tomorrow. But the growth in electrical production has slowed down after some kind of strong period from 820 terawatt-hour in 2023, with an increase of 19% compared to 2014, in a context of economic growth. And we are to compare this figure with the growth of the world demand of electricity of 24% over the same period. So these growth schemes have been reviewed within the African continent. So we shouldn't be looking the energy picture the same way in our continent, because we have different situations from one country to another, and different types of resources and solutions. Now, why should we be talking about energy transition? First, it's important in the infrastructure phase in terms of job creation. But not only, we have to make sure that these jobs created can remain after the construction phase. Economic growth, of course, because it provides new opportunities, new investment options, and you can support the economic growth with energy transition. Now we've got also to diversify the energy sources. I give you the Moroccan example. We do not have that much fossil energy, but we have a blessing in disguise somehow, because that's how we've been able to move much faster over the energy transition, as we had no choice, and that's why we are today regional leaders in this field. I also wanted to show you when to shift towards energy transition. This has appeared in 2050, but it's still present in today's debate. Just look at these countries who have high poverty levels. They are not always thinking of energy transition and reducing their emissions before their economic growth. Is it the model we should be following today? Yes, because if you invest in renewable energies today, you can correlate energy transition, reduce emissions, but also reach that industrial and economic growth that we call upon for our countries. These investments are required. Why? Because we have abundant renewable resources in the continent. In 2023, 25% of African electricity was produced by clean sources, which is lower than the world average. But the solar park in Africa is quite abundant and significant. The energy agency is telling us if we do not renew our investments in our plants by 2050, I feel obviously you've got to invest in the solar plant because it reduces the electrification cost and you will have a much lower costs and more interesting. And then the wind potential in Africa. It varies from one country to another, but Morocco has been able to move in that sector thanks to the Law 1309 frameworks, PPPs, but also thanks to this holistic vision to invest in renewable energies and the connections with the industrial sector. But now the green hydrogen, which is a legitimate key source of energy in this region of the continent. This is a map of the International Agency of Energy that tells us that the green cost will be very interesting in these areas, and Morocco is within that area. But even though there will be a great market for green hydrogen, there's still a few challenges. Production costs 50% of the renewable energy. Wind, solar are combined. 30 to 35% of the CAPEX electrolyzers. And this is what you can see on the graph on the top. So we have actually 4 technologies with its pros and cons, but technology should become more mature and will be able then to produce at a lesser cost. Thank you. Very briefly, just one word on this last scourge in Africa, the investment. We only attract 3% of RDF in green energy compared to the rest of the world. And to reduce that gap, we need a toolbox. So briefly, financing facilities, more innovative and diversified, more collaboration, regional integration that is more required than in any other sector, energy mix that is more diverse also in order not to rely on renewable energies and be innovative with green bonds, but not only. And then boost the synergies and in particular the green hydrogen sector. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite our honorable guests to tell our panelists what to do. This won't last more than 10 minutes, if I may do this.
Une petite minute. Ça va? 2 minutes.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais essayer très bref.
I shall be very brief indeed. All the diagnosis, analysis were conducted already in all African countries, in particular the CEMAC region and in Morocco. there are lots of other initiatives around with the creation of regional centers. But let's get back to two main topics. Some challenges are quite known, but now we need to think in terms of concrete solutions and strengthen our regional cooperation and make sure we can actually benefit from one another's best practices and experiences. We've been saying that we have more than 15 years of experience in Morocco since 2009. And yes, we've made this huge achievements with this two large-scale projects. The Nord project, the first solar energy plant of more than 580 megawatts plant, but also this wind plant located in the south of Morocco with more than 300 megawatts. With this positive track record, of course, this is something we can share with the countries of the CEMAC and work all together, because there's so many things to be done. First, the human dimension of it all. Training. There was a huge gap in this field. We didn't have enough technicians, engineers, and so on and so forth. Lots of effort is to be done in this sector. And that was done in our country. Mr. Sekouri said that there are lots of training centers all over the place. So this is something we can also share between the Kingdom of Morocco and the CEMAC. Think of also standardizing regulations and legislations. If you want to make everything easier, if you want to make exchanges more fluid, if you want more interconnections, if you want more reliable networks, you need a proper regulatory framework. So at least in these two fields there are things to be done. Why not also coming up with a fund? Because you may have lots of action plans, but what you need is the money, the financing, men and women that can bear those projects and fund them. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to intervene earlier, but at least we've tried it all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the participants of the third session. Unfortunately, we cannot take questions right now, but you can speak directly to the speakers throughout all the event.
Avec les intervenants, si vous avez des questions, malheureusement, on ne peut pas prendre de questions de la salle. Donc, sans plus tarder, j'appelle...
So, without further ado, asking Mr. Reda Al-Hamini from the House of Councillors and for the communique, the final communique of Laayoune.
التوصيات وكذلك إعلان
The Declaration of Laayoune and the main recommendations. Thank you.
Declaration of Laayoune for an active partnership and shared development between Morocco and CEMAC. Under the high guidance of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, the city of Laayoune hosted this day, the 20th of June 2025, the work of the Parliamentary Forum on Economic Cooperation between Morocco and CEMAC, organized in partnership with the General Confederation of Moroccan Businesses, CGM, and with the active participation of presidents and representatives of organizations from member countries of CEMAC. This event fits into the strengthening of parliamentary relations and economic relations tying Morocco to the CEMAC countries based on historic, cultural and civilizational ties, as well as on solidarity, cooperation and mutual respect. This forum also fits within momentum of South-South cooperation based on solidarity principles within win-win partnerships, while supporting collective commitment to development and regional and continental integration.
May God assist and glorify him. While expressing their deep gratitude and high consideration towards His Majesty Mohammed VI, may God assist him, for the privilege of placing the proceedings of the forum under his high patronage and commending the enlightened vision of His Majesty in terms of capacity strengthening between African countries, but also the leadership role of His Majesty in the promotion of our development agenda in Africa and the promotion of efficient and solidarity-based partnerships. Saluting the initiative of the creation of this Parliamentary Forum on Economic Cooperation, which is an innovative platform, a unique platform that can strengthen African parliamentarian integration and support the governmental efforts in terms of development, regional integration, and a common continental economy within the framework of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area. While hailing all these discussions, interventions, high-level quality of discussions within this forum that have contributed to creating bridges of dialogue and cooperation between the Kingdom of Morocco and the CEMAC countries, while strengthening the very spirit of this South-South cooperation. The participants of this forum also underline the fundamental role of the parliamentarian diplomacy in the strengthening of cooperation, the mainstreaming of positions over bilateral and regional questions, as well as the seeking for other means that can develop economic relations, commercial and human relations, and also provide more value to opportunities, promising opportunities between Morocco and the CEMAC countries. The participants at the end of this forum have adopted the following recommendations. First of all, they commend the relevancy of the topics that have been chosen during the proceedings of this forum, in total compliance with the strategic priorities of Morocco and the CEMAC countries. The Cameroon Republic, Republic of Chad, Republic of Gabon, Central African Republic, Republic of Equatorial Guinea, and Republic of Congo. In particular, in the regional economic integration fields, but also in the fields of investment, infrastructure, food security, and energy transition. Second point, the participants have highlighted the need for more complementarity between parliamentarian diplomacy and economic action, for a better shared growth, more integration, and more regional development, as well as the consolidation of a win-win partnership between Morocco and the CEMAC countries. Commends the Royal Pioneering Initiative, enabling the Sahel countries to have access to the Atlantic coast, which is a strategic initiative which has huge geopolitical dimensions, strengthening connectivity, supporting economic integration, and opening up new perspectives for trade and investment, and highlighting the importance of the initiative and the contribution of a better food security and more sustainable development. The participants, they also commend the importance of the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline project, that will improve energy security and continental integration, since it reflects this Pan-African vision of more cooperation. This project will sustain sustainable development, will secure energy resources, and enable the development of infrastructure, as well as boost the industrial investment in the long run. They also highlight the importance of the private sector in the development field, as well as the commitment of the CGM in the strengthening of ties between the economic players in Morocco and their counterparts in the CEMAC countries, in particular in terms of investments and joint expertise in vital sectors. Six, they also insist on the importance of promoting partnerships between economic, public and private players, as well as between Moroccan enterprises and those of the CEMAC countries, in order to strengthen regional integration, common value chains, and make sure that the private sector is a real driving force of the South-South cooperation and shared growth. 7 item, commend the initiative of the signing of this cooperation agreement between the CGEM and the Enterprises Federation of the countries of the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa, therefore contributing to strengthening the economic partnership and investments between Morocco and the CEMAC countries. 8, bringing more value to the human capital in Morocco and in the CEMAC. I'm talking about the youth that are a key component of the development and progress, while calling upon the businesses to invest more in education, training, as well as and in capacity building, so that we can boost economic and social growth and take part in the technological project. 9, highlight the importance of creating the right environment for investment in improved infrastructures that will connect regional markets in order to encourage our businesses in our country and the CEMAC to lead joint projects with high added value. Put to the fore the strategic importance of the southern provinces of the Kingdom of Morocco, and in particular the region Laayoune Al-Hamra, as a connective bridge between North Africa and the rest of the countries of the region for a more shared growth and more investment. We commend the level of development of the city of Laayoune as a development and dynamic city that embodies the new development model for the southern provinces under the enlightened vision of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. Highlights also the importance of the strengthening of parliamentary relationships between the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, but also the Parliament of CEMAC, through the intensification of exchange of expertise and the implementation of joint programs of training and capacity building of the MEPs, as well as the administrative staff of both institutions, in particular through the platform of the House of Councillors for Parliamentary Diplomacy and the South-South Dialogue. Last item, highlight the key role that our parliaments play in getting our region closer to Morocco through the creation of proper legislative frameworks and the support to public policies aimed at boosting common investments for more economic strengthening and for the well-being of our brotherly populations. In conclusion, participants recommend the institutionalization of this forum as a regular framework of work, of dialogue, in order to strengthen the links of friendship, parliamentary cooperation, economic ties between the Kingdom of Morocco and the CEMAC countries, in order to build an African, united, prosperous and integrated region based on common interests and an efficient solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rahmini, representative of the House of Councillors, and thank you to the representative of CGEM. And now we will proceed with the signing of a framework agreement for partnership and cooperation. This is an investment partnership between CGEM and the Laayoune Saqi al-Hamra region. The regional, as well as the Regional Council for Laayoune Saqi al-Hamra and the Regional Center for Investment. Please give them a round of applause. Please, Mr. Al-Hajj, Mr. Wali, and Mr. President of the Regional Council of Laayoune, as well as the representative of the National Investment Center for the Laayoune Saqi al-Hamra region.
إذن هي اتفاقية ما بين الكونفدرالية العامة
So this is an agreement between the CGM and the Laayoune Saqi al-Hamra region. The Regional Council for Laayoune Saqi al-Hamra, as well as the Regional Investment Center. The goal is to strengthen the economic attractiveness of the region. It aims to support entrepreneurs, improve the business environment, and foster investment opportunities through concerted governance. So each party commits to specific steps, the CGM in terms of promotion orientation, the Regional Council through making available lands and facilities, but also the improvement of administrative procedures. Thank you so much. Thank you for signing this agreement, Mr. Wali, Mr. the President of the Regional Council. Thank you so much.
Merci, merci. سنمر الآن إلى تلاوة.
And now we will read the message to His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, a message of thanks and gratitude to His Majesty. May God assist him and allow him, who will be read by Mr. Salama, Vice President of the House of Councillors. You have the floor. A message of thanks and gratitude to His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. May God assist and glorify him. In the conclusion of the proceedings of the Parliamentary Forum on Economic Cooperation between Morocco and CEMAC, in the city of Laayoune on the 20th of June 2025. In the name of God, the All-Merciful, peace and blessings be upon His Prophet. Your Majesty, the participants in the proceedings of the Parliamentary Forum on Economic Cooperation between Morocco and CEMAC, organized by the House of Councillors and the Parliament of the Economic and Monetary Community of Central African countries, CEMAC, in partnership with the Confederation of Moroccan Enterprises, CGEM, in the city of Laayoune on the 20th of June 2025. The participants are proud to convey to His Majesty, to Your Majesty, may God assist you, their best wishes and an expression of gratitude for granting your high patronage to the proceedings of this forum. This is an important event which reflects the firm will and the commitment to continuing a process of partnership between the Kingdom of Morocco and the countries of CEMAC in accordance with the enlightened vision of Your Majesty. May God assist you and glorify you. And this is to strengthen regional cooperation as a lever of sustainable development. This also reflects the ongoing commitment of the Kingdom of Morocco under Your Majesty's leadership. May God assist you in order to build a partnership built on solidarity between Morocco and its African partners. Your Majesty, during the conclusion of this forum's proceedings, organized by the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, hail all the efforts made for the organizing this forum, and they thank you for the hospitable effort they were subject to since their arrival. Your Majesty had a significant impact on the successful completion of this forum's proceedings. This forum is an innovative platform to strengthen African integration, but also to support governmental efforts in development, economic integration, and the promotion of a shared continental economy. This fits within the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. The participants over the 3 sessions of this forum have exchanged their expertise, explored new innovative ideas and insights in a joint and shared parliamentary work within an institutional framework. This will foster cooperation between political stakeholders as well as legislators, businessmen and women, as well as the public and private sector, and financial institutions and experts in Morocco and the CEMAC region to highlight opportunities for development and economic integration. The discussions between the participants of this forum have been a great opportunity to explore new avenues of partnerships. Your Majesty, the parliamentary action and the central role of parliaments in contributing to efforts for strengthening cooperation have been fostered through 3 thematic sessions. First, on the role of the private sector in investment, trade, and economic integration between the Kingdom of Morocco and the member states of the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa, CEMAC. The second session was devoted to the impacts of climate change on food security and nutrition. And the third session was on renewables as a lever of sustainable development. The participants highlighted the importance of strengthening diplomatic parliamentary action, especially in the economic realm. They also highlighted the need for legislative measures and policies to strengthen strategic partnerships for integration and complementarity. They also aimed to strengthen strain development to meet current challenges. May God protect you, Your Majesty, as He protected the wise, and may He grant you continued health and well-being. May your reign be marked by progress, prosperity for your happy kingdom and your loyal people. May your beloved heir, Prince Hassan, and his sister, Princess Lala Khadija, and your brother, Prince Moulay Rashid, and the rest of the noble royal family. He is indeed a good master and a good helper. Peace be upon you, and may God's mercy and blessings be upon you. Written in the city of Laayoune on the 20th of June 2025.
Shukran.
Thank you, Mr. President Abdelkader Salama. Before finishing our work, just to let you know that the National Council that works within the CGM will hold a meeting at 4:30 here. Thank you to all speakers. Thank you for your valuable insights. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your participation.
Importante, très très riche, et je vous invite à un déjeuner juste.
And now you are invited to a lunch right next to the meeting area.
Okay, we are going to have lunch over here just next door. Thank you very much. Bye bye.